How y'all doing tonight? Woo! Let y'all come in here and listen to a little classic. Okay? A lot of y'all don't remember the classics, I know. But I'm going to give you some classics. We're going to start it off. Oh, screw it. Okay, where's the damn iPad? We're going to listen to my goddamn intro. God damn it. Got a little bit of time, so shit, we're going to listen to my goddamn intro. Don't y'all worry. We're going to listen to this goddamn intro. Whoa! I'm going to say something that may be a little controversial, but how many of you know me to be not so controversial? First and foremost, this has to be said. This has to be said. So much. Why do so many modern men have an issue with the black manosphere? Why? Why do that? It's simple, really, if you think about it. It's because too many black men have been trained to be docile. Excuse me. They have been trained to be docile. When it comes to being a man, they want to just suffer just a little bit less. You notice how all these people come and siphon off little pieces of information from our space, but once they get big enough, oh, I'm not part of that side anymore. Nigga, who said you were? Who said you were? See, inquiring minds truly want to know why. You don't have any men of stature. You don't have any men of value. You have men who bitch, moan, and complain because they really want to kiss the women's asses. Instead of saying, you know what, I'm going to build me into a better version of me, and I'm going to help brothers accomplish their goals as well. I'm just going to be a chicken shit. You heard what happened when FD Signifier came on Bernard Riley's channel, and the Negro was backed into several corners. What happened? What happened? You know it's a gynocracy, but you do not a damn thing to fix the problem with the boys. And I say to people all the time, what's worse? The person who put you in bondage, but the person who knows you're in bondage but doesn't do a damn thing to get you out of it. I think that's worse. I think it's much worse. I think a lot of men have an issue with it because, one, the black manosphere is holding each other accountable. And because too many men are what you like to call bitch made, they think just like the women they say they can't figure out. You have a problem when someone speaks against your master. You have an issue when somebody tells the truth. See, the fact of the matter is, you got guys like FD Signifier, guys like a Mary Brown, who have a problem because they don't want to be truthful. They don't want to go against what they thought was true. And it's the same with Mary Brown that tried to talk shit about my GoFundMe. And I told him, look, I can afford me. This is helping young black men accomplish their goals and dreams. That's what it is. But yet, guys like him want to always criticize the men that are actually doing something. What have you done? What have you done to help young black boys? I'll wait. I'll wait. Y'all the only idiots who try to say, well, Lord Pearl's the king of the manosphere. Says who? Says not one person in the manosphere? Half you Negroes are upset because what? She had a racist guy on her channel? So what? Some of you motherfuckers have racist people on your channels all the time and don't even know it. You don't say shit about the sexist motherfuckers. Not a goddamn thing. Truthfully, some of y'all just are just looking to suffer just a little bit less. It's not because you believe in it, not because you want black men to get their fair shake. Nah, y'all just want to be pussy hounds and say, you can't talk to a woman like that. You can't tell her the truth. The main problem is that so many men, so-called men, are agents of chaos just like their women. Anytime we talk about black male empowerment, who do we get a quicker response from, the women or the men? Who's the detractors usually first? Here it is. Notice it's easier to get women to do a flagging campaign than the men. How is it that a person like Cynthia G, who can talk about on Fox Soul of aborting black male babies, and it's cool? It's cool. Nobody sees any issues. Nobody sees. Shout out to Kareem. Nobody sees anything wrong with that picture. Excuse me. But we're okay with that. We're okay with that. The silliness of it, too. We're okay if we get to suffer. We're okay being in a lower class or status. As long as we get the admiration of women, that's what we want. And that's the problem. You don't want to be part of the solution. You don't want to be the answer. You want somebody to give you the answer instead of being it yourself. You want to go and criticize men who are much braver than you. You want to go criticize men who are much more studied than you. That's all you do. You hide around your little mistress's skirt, but you want to complain on how unfair it is, but you still go over to the other sides just to betray your brothers. Let's think about that. A guy like FD Signifier has more beef with Mr. Z, Bernard Riley, BGS Itmore, Hood Conservative, Mr. Fantastic than Cynthia G, a person who would tell you openly to abort black male babies. Oh, let me not even get started on a Mary Brown, who was one of the original male disciples of a Cynthia G. Let's not get started on that shit. Well, I never condone that. I never condone that. You never spoke against it. I'm just saying. See, Negroes like you always forget that we have receipts that you, excuse me, that you were always in her camp. And a lot of your past their prime followers are disciples of her as well. So let's keep it funky, monkey. Too many of you jackasses out there are one, disingenuous, and two, trying to make a name for yourself. You're trying to go out there and trying to pick up the pieces and trying to make a buck out of something. But ultimately, you're part of the problem. You don't give a damn. As long as pussy's still coming your way, that's all you can give a damn about. You don't give a damn. You still want to be treated like a goddamn slave. 9 times out of 10, you probably benefit in your brain, you think, from it. But once you get challenged, once your ideology gets exposed, we have an issue. Why is that? Why is that? You claim you so pro-black, but we always decipher that pro-black means pro-black female. Give a fuck about how the males are doing. You so-called work in academia, or at least have connections in it. Don't you think it's weird to have men not in those spaces? But you don't care. Well, FD's not going to do that because those guys are typically scared shitless. They're scared shitless. Okay? Every opportunity they get to talk, they have an opportunity to challenge white supremacy. What do? They bow to it. They don't care. They don't care. They want you to play these funky ass games. For what? For what? Nobody's winning. If anything, honestly, too many of us are coming up losers in the scheme of things. I mean, like Mr. Z said on his live stream, now you want to lift weights. Now you want to get in shape and do MMA. Gee, I wonder who was the first proponent of lifting weights and doing MMA in this space. Gee, I wonder who. I wonder who. Now all of a sudden, we got brothers out there wanting to put some work into their bodies, which I'm happy you're doing, FD. But why now? Is it because you got a little bit of giddy up in your system now? Is it because you got a little bit of testosterone put back in your system because of the manosphere? Is it because you're a frequent flyer of our space? Hmm. What is it? Because this is something that you did not obviously find on your own. Did you figure out that it's okay to be a man? Did you figure out that it's okay to be a bigger, stronger, faster, smarter version of yourself? Why is it when we say it, it's wrong, but yet you can do it and everything's supposed to be all right? Because you're proving one thing above all, especially when it comes to people from your side, these intersectional feminists. What's good for the goose is never good for the gander. Oh, we can't educate black boys. What about the girls? But then you listen to these females. I can't find nobody on my sex, on my level. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why we're not producing the great black men of yesteryear. I wonder why. If it takes you this long to figure out why, which you already know why, but people like you don't want to admit it, then why are you standing in the way of progress? Why? You admitted on Bernard Riley's channel that the black community is a gynocracy. But I think men like you are okay with that. You're okay with that. And there's a reason. Because obviously, if they have to fix something, if they had to fix something, that means there's trouble for all the sucker ass niggas out there. And once you admit that there's a gynocracy, there's no going back to playing ignorant. There's no going back to playing, you know what, it's black men's fault. That's impossible. Can't do that anymore. Can't go back to ignorance, folks. Can't go back to the folly of you didn't know. And that's what a lot of these brothers out here are doing. You got an issue with the black manosphere because you think we're just sucking up money. Many of our channels, think about it. I got almost what? How many subscribers? How many? 3,000? 4,800? 480? And I could barely get 21? At a time, I was getting 150 steady. There's many a guys like Valdez who had his channel cut. There's many a times we had channels stifled just to get the message out. So it can't be the money. It must be that somebody's outmanning you. That's what it is. When did you ever see people like FD go to the gym? When did you? Because now you got to compete. Now you're looking silly because now masculinity has been subverted. See, here's the problem, Leon. In order for evil to persist and exist, good men, all they got to do is absolutely nothing. That's the problem. This is one of those guys who work in academia, knows that there's a lack of representation when it comes to black boys and black men in education. You know this, but you do absolutely nothing. Nothing. What the fuck are you supposed to do? But then you get mad at black men for saying enough is enough. You get mad. Why? Is it contrary to what you believe? Or is it that you don't have any more ammunition coming out the feminist playbook? Where is it? There's too many people who are okay with the fact that men are being subservient. There's too many people who are okay and make good damn money off of black men ain't being shit. Steve Harvey, anybody? They'll let you know the illogical nature of modern women. You'll listen to a guy who fucks up his own relationships for relationship advice. It's the same thing. Come on, FD. How many women did you get? Did you bring into a couple? Did you get married? Did you put in relationships? How many? How many black men did you help out to get to college? Especially now since you have a great platform. Don't give me none of this bullshit. Don't give me none of these broken promises. Just tell the goddamn truth and stop lying. Please stop lying. Instead of actually being manly about the shit and admitting that you don't know a damn thing or that you're at least wrong, you still double down on stupid. You still talk the same narrative as the intellectual wench who would love to see her men fail. Where did they birth you? Where did they birth you? I'm one of the few people who will tell you quick. Don't go to God praying for a lighter load. Pray for a stronger back. But we forget that, right? I do commend you, FD, and people like you who finally get to the gym and want to make a difference in their lives. I finally commend you. But at the same time, let's speak on what are you going to do to help Black boys reach the height of their intellectual prowess, economic steadiness? What are you going to do? Just correct me if I'm wrong. If no one ever asked you this, please correct me if I'm wrong and let me know. What are you going to do about it? Because I think we allow too many people a pass, especially when it comes to bullshit. I think we get too much of a pass. And yes, I don't always agree with Mr. Fantastic. And I will say, FD Signifier probably deserved to be cussed the fuck out, most likely. But you can't give men like that an out. Because he's going to try to utilize that and say, see, I told you. I told you these guys are nothing but barbarians. It's the same old game plan. Everybody can talk about what a good black man is and does, but not one motherfucker can ever point you to one. They can't give you something that's the equivalent of. Shout out to the good Dr. Ronald Neal in the building. Oh, please, Dr. Neil, you need to stick around because you're the esteemed doctor. I'm going to need you to talk on this. See, I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of people butting their nose in Black manosphere business if they're not solution based. There, I said it. There, I said it. Stop sticking your goddamn nose in our business if you're not solution based. Shout out to another one of the faithful. LAPD Spot 1, Commander, good evening. If it's possible, can you pull up on YouTube the movie clip called Sacrificing from 1977 movie, The Eagle Has Landed? It's self-explanatory and will get you as a soldier. Of course. Shout out to Free Will, another the faithful. See, there's a time period in a man's life where he's gonna be at a paradox, a fork in the road, if you will, where either he says, I go straight, I go left, or I go right. And sometimes he may even have a fourth option that says, I'm going to go back, I'm going to regress. I'm going to de-evolve. I'm going to de-evolutionize myself. See, you got to pick a stand. That's the reason why people do not respect flip-floppers or fence sitters. Okay? Because you're in a perpetual state of bullshit. You stand for nothing and fall for everything. You can be swayed wherever the wind so take you. And see, this is the reason why I openly call out people who do such folly. Is because guess what? Even in Colorado when training, I gotta be a team member. My team needs me, I need them. The instructor will tell you very quickly, any of them. You don't get through this program being a lone wolf. It's impossible. Free Will said, Charles, I think the same thing happened to We Need to Talk will happen to FD bump heads with the Black Manosphere long enough. He will begin to red pill himself. He's already red pill. When do you see guys who are intersectional feminists worry about their physical fitness? How many videos do you see of me lifting weights or pictures of me in the gym? How many times do I talk about lifting and exercise or other content creators in our space? You don't see, here's the funny part about it. You don't go to places in combat and it does not affect you. The scars you put on somebody are the same scars you receive. What is it, the law of motion? When you have an equal and opposite force, you take a little bit of it and it takes a little bit of you. Little by little. When do you see an intersectional feminist worry about working out, worrying about seeing if he's in good shape? When do you? I think it's hilarious in so many ways. Shout out to the electrician, another of the faithful brothers. I think it's hilarious that everybody wants to come to our space and we don't have to go anywhere. See, a lot of you brothers be like, "Oh man, here comes the center." No, 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 no. They got to come to home base. They got to come to home base to challenge us. They got to come and battle us for the title. It's the champions, okay? It's the champions advantage. All right? They sure, you're right. They sure love coming over here. When do you see us begging to come over there? You don't even see us challenging them to a debate. This lets you know what type of contenders and challengers you have in any sport. If you got a guy who always looks for the easy challenge, he's not a contender. But if you got a guy who wants to take on the top 10, the top 5, the top 2, the number 1 under the sun, that's a competitor. Why didn't FD challenge Dr. Neil? Why didn't FD challenge Dr. T? Why didn't FD challenge Green Gorilla? Why didn't he? There's a reason, because he's not a true competitor. What would happen? What happened? You could debunk all the intellectuals. If you really want to cut off the head of a snake, you don't cut the tail off. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. If you want to kill a snake, you don't cut it at the tip of the tail. You strike at the head. Why didn't he strike the head? He didn't come from BGS. He didn't come from Angry Man. Who did he challenge? Mr. Z. No offense to Mr. Z, because Mr. Z has proven he can hold his own. You know why? Because he did the cowardly act of trying to challenge a soft target, so he thought. He didn't come at Edward. He didn't come at me, because I'd have asked him, show me the scholarships black female educators put for young black boys. Show me the entertainer or the billionaire, black female millionaire, billionaire who put scholarship for young black boys. And that'd have killed his argument right there. Show me the studies where single motherhood produces great men. Show me. Show me. But Mr. Z already handled his own. And you know what was so embarrassing? Is that he made it look easy. I've always gotten BGS's ass for this. Stop taking on these idiots in debates. They should earn their way to you. Shout out to the faithful electrician for 80. Strong men are competitive and love a weak and and love a challenge. Weak men go after soft competition. Facts. Leon said they have the same education plus more experience. They have their master's degree, PhDs. FD does not. Plus, they are older and have been in the game a lot longer. He doesn't want that with. He doesn't want that with the black belts. No, he does not. Charles, the man slipped up and said black women are the English teacher, and it was the perfect moment because it was proved that who was at fault for black boys' poor educational standard. Poor reading standards. Hilarious moment. Exactly. How do you shoot the gun and deflect the bullet at the same time? Shit, you're even better than Wonder Woman. Shout out to Art of It More Enraged. A dog that only barks and doesn't bite is not a threat. So that means FD has no teeth in this fight. No, 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 no. Hell, I suspect him wanted to be one of those motherfuckers to eat a banana whole without chewing. I'll leave that right there for you to decide and decipher. But I gotta call you a coward. I gotta call you a coward because you claim you're a so-called intellectual, but you didn't go after the intellectuals. You went after one of the guys who have one of the newer channels and still got trounced. What does that say about you? Let's even go even deeper than that, right? Let's go even deeper than that. When I first came on the scene, we went to other people's channels for a challenge. We went there. Where were you? You stayed in the comfort of that academic ignorance. You didn't want any more. You didn't want to really tell the truth because you knew goddamn well if you told the truth, you wouldn't get any subscribers and you damn sure wouldn't get any money. It makes no fucking sense. No sense. It makes about as much sense as motherfuckers talking about Kevin Samuels dying broke. Excuse me. Even in his passing, he probably made more money than a lot of motherfuckers make in one day that they probably make in 1 month. But you let these chicks tell it. You let these intersectional feminist men tell it. Man, from what I heard, he got rolled up like grass and was smoked. You know what makes me upset with intersectional feminists? You think agreeing with women are going to make you more attractive to women, and it does not. It never makes you more attractive. If anything, it shows how much more of a sucker you are. It shows you. A man who can't tell a woman no is not a man at all. One of the greatest responsibilities men have is protecting women from their goddamn selves. but Negroes don't want to admit it. Well, you know, I don't mind my woman running the house. I don't mind my woman doing this. And I want to ask him this question. What do you think is a properly ran house in the Black community? See, when you're questioning somebody, you give them questions that are not yes, no's all the time, that are open ended. You give them questions that they have to explain themselves and the situation more. Kareem said he was so rude and full of himself. He said that he wasn't going to invite anyone from the Black Manosphere to his channel. Who gives a fuck? See, how can I say this? And thank you, Kareem, for reminding me. You ever heard of the kid who had a party and said, I'm not going to invite you to my party anyway? Because he's trying to pull traffic from the Black Manosphere there to make some money. And nobody's taking the bait. Leon said intersectional feminism is simple self admitting that white feminists have not played fair with the outcomes and money, of course. He's condescending in his own mind. You know, when a guy has to put down people to prop himself up, that shows how weak he is. Strong men do not put weak people down, they defend them. Okay? You want to do your mixed martial arts, you want to work out, fine. I applaud it. But when did you pick up black boys? When did you lift them up? When did you make sure they're going to be proper men? You didn't. Don't lie. Don't lie. We know. Don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie. We got the receipts, nigga. I want to know. For all these detractors, give us a plan to make the black community better. Go ahead. You hear that, folks? Yeah. Hush silence. Hush silence. Oh. Why do we gotta make it better? You made enough money complaining about it, right? Well, that's not what we meant. Say what you mean. Uh, Never trust a nigga who can't say what they mean and mean what they say. Can't do that, folks. Sorry. Sorry. You got this. You got this hatred toward the black manosphere, All we gotta do is this, baby. All we gotta do. All we gotta do is exist. They asked him, what does intersectional feminists have done for black boys? He said, feed the homeless. You can't make this shit up. That's not even tangible. That's not even tangible. Because if it's feed the homeless, why are they still homeless? Even Jesus Christ said, if I feed you fish, you only eat for one day. But if I teach you how to fish, you eat for a lifetime. When has intersectional feminists, when have they ever taught black boys to fish for a lifetime? You can't make this shit up. Room said basically saying E-Man was misogynistic and wanting to recast T'Challa. How could you say that, you for black boys, when you didn't understand why recasting T'Challa is so important? Do y'all really want me to explain this? Because that lack of testosterone that he has is shameful. Men like him are shameful. They think just like women. They try to tell you everything they're not, but they're just shameful. And see, each and every time, black men suffer because of this shit. Because you got these idiots with degrees trying to tell us how to live in reality. Someone who doesn't even go out there to test his theory. Feed the fucking homeless. My nigga, are you crazy? Indigo Flow said, Kareem, that's his favorite thing to call black men, except for himself, of course. It doesn't mean anything anymore. And yes, you should have recasted T'Challa. What's more important, to see a better light of black men as great fathers, or to cast another chick to do some stupid shit? Hey, Dr. Neil, you still there? I still wonder to this day, man. I still wonder. K. Tut said, anyone who opposes his intersectional worldview is barbaric, Neanderthal, incapable of critical thought, who essentially deserves to be disenfranchised. Last time I checked, they don't say which black men get to still be at the altar, right? That's funny. But doesn't FD have sons? Doesn't he have sons? My nigga, you got sons, right? Oh, I think they're still young, but guess what? What happens when they face that same narcissistic, sexist teacher? Hmm, what happens? But you know, you got idiots out there. You the same motherfuckers cheering for transgender people reading to fucking 4-year-olds. You're the same motherfuckers who okay with this shit. You're the same motherfuckers okay with the Toronto storm called the black community. And that's what makes me sick. Many of you dudes are the accomplices of your own destruction. And you're too stupid to even know it. Many of these dudes out there defending that bullshit is. Excuse me, they are. And what is it? The same motherfuckers you mad about. The same motherfuckers you're mad about. For what? For what? Because you're a failure? Because you're the one who opened up Pandora's box? You're a failure? See, too many people don't want to admit their failures, man. It's disgusting. Shameful. Very shameful. See, this is what happens when soft men try to tell you something about masculinity. They don't want to reveal how much of a bitch they really are. They just don't. They don't want to tell the truth. They don't want to say what needs to be said, that these young boys need help. But they'll sure talk shit about them. They sure will let them in the dust. And that's truly disturbing. That's truly disturbing. I'm going to open it up for a little bit till I get tired. Everybody can put their 2 cents in. Like, share, subscribe. I'll even invite people who are not even friendly to this space.
Good evening, officer of the law.
All right, what's up, man?
What's up,
I don't know why Arthur Whitmore is running. I mean, he's so fit that he's running for me in Madden anyway. So I mean, just let Art know that. He's a very fit man who runs for me.
What's
But
up,
what's your,
Wagner? I've missed you.
hey, what's up, slow man? You know, while I'm training, you got long days and short days, so
I understand that. I understand that. I sent you a little gift. Hope you got it.
Appreciate it, man. So what's your take on this FD signifier and problems that people have with the Black Manosphere? What is it? Everybody's got a fucking opinion of this shit. And nobody wants to come with any solutions.
You just said it right there. Matter of fact, since I got the soundboard back up, I will use the immortal words of Vikings announcer Paul Allen. Are you kidding me? Does that not fit?
Oh yeah, that's perfectly.
It fits.
Once again, Paul Allen. Are you kidding me?
And it's funny because we listen to this day in and day out that we're a bunch of misogynists, but nobody wants to talk about the misandry that comes from the women.
You know why?
You know,
Because they're supposed to be protected at all times, which people like us don't. We expect to look, we tell the truth, period, point blank, end of story, which makes all of them that oppose what we do go, oh, hell no.
you want to know what's real popular nowadays, Charles and Snowman?
What's up?
What's real popular is basically giving people labels without proof. You know, you're a misogynist. What's your proof? Well, you disagree with me and you disagree with a woman. Really, that's your reasoning for calling me totally out my name? You think that's the truth? And being the fact that we're 100, and 1,000 miles away from these people, they don't have to be physically challenged, and they don't have to watch their words. See, you're talking to them from a screen, so it's like, well, I can say whatever I want, and there's no repercussions. So you have to outwit them, in the. I'm done.
What's up?
What's going on, Charles? Um, I'm a fan of black male content, and I watched FD Signifier for about 2 years, right? But I was already watching y'all. I've been in the Black Manosphere watching for a long time. I rarely step up and talk. Um, this is self-induced. When he started speaking on, the social conservatives, he started speaking on B1, MTR. He was targeting people for conversations, but what that did was it led the people that was in his space towards, B1 content, red pill content, Jordan Peterson. And it's like he admits that we're somewhat in the same algorithm, but you put us in it. You know what I'm saying? Him speaking about all y'all and saying BGSN more and bringing up BGSN more's name in his videos and making fun of his name, then you have people going to see BGS's content and other people's content. You're like, hold on. Yeah, he talks about women here, but then he's talking about this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And it's like now I watched the whole thing. I was laughing. Yeah, I sent super chats all around, and I asked for one person to get off the what we're on right now because he was kind of killing the conversation. But I've done a lot of social work for community service on the side, and I told Q Gun Johnson, my aunt is an intersectional feminist, and she's a lawyer and everything, and I've been to conferences. And when it comes to these people, they're not thinking about black boys. There's agencies like in Philadelphia ran by women that are trying to figure out how to get more funding so they can help black boys do this and teach them how to be a man. And I've been in those conferences where they're speaking about those things, and people in the LGBT are in there. And you would be surprised how bad they throw out. It's not only the women because they have their interests, but it's the LGBTQ, it's trans people. I single handedly seen them derail a woman that's talking about I'm trying to get funding for this, so these boys can have these programs outside of football and basketball if they don't make it. You know what I mean? And those people were more worried about figuring out how the boys identify instead of just understanding that I think before intersectionality or feminist or B1, we're all black first. You know what I'm saying? So what is the interest of just that? And once you say that, those people feel like they're left out. But like I said, FD put himself in this space just by talking about it. You know what I'm saying?
I
That's
mean,
the fact of it.
So, so one of the biggest overlaps in between a lot of these different groups, Jason Black included, is they're not saying the quiet part out loud, man. The quiet part to all of this underlying discourse is that they're pro black female first. That's what it is. They don't want to say that, but that's what it is. And so when we come along and we say, no, actually, we're pro black male first, that's where the problem comes in. And that's why we have so many of these different groups all aiming at our heads. That's why. Now, they'll never say that, but they're all collaborating under that same effort, under that same ideological viewpoint, which actually underpins their intersectionalist lens, believe it or not. But they don't, even if they won't admit it to themselves, their ideology actually calls for this. And that's why they don't even understand why they align so much. They're all on the same page. They just don't know why. Well, I'm telling you the quiet part. They haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, true.
Oh
They're the
no, I
same
agree.
people.
I
They're not
agree.
different people.
I agree with it because a lot of this stuff comes down to funding and money, and it's like, yo, these people, like when they're at these conferences and you see like the disdain between women, the LGBT, you see the disdain because they're all going after the same thing, and it's money
Mm-hmm.
from the federal government or from these people that hand out big grants to these places. And I sent Tia Johnson something, and I don't know if I want him to present it, but he understands what it comes from because I don't think that nonprofit meant to send me that, or if I was just on their call list, on their email list. But it was damning. It pissed me off. And if he chooses to present it, he can present it. You know what I'm saying?
One of the
And it's
biggest ultimate ironies to all of this, man, and I don't mean to cut you off. It's just something. Just say this, and I'm gonna hop off because I'm at work anyway. But
me too.
Shame on you, PK.
well, I drive a truck, man, so I can kind of get this shit off. You know what I mean?
I understand.
But one of the biggest shames is that they're all too stupid to realize is that the feminist doctrine is actually a branch of white supremacist ideology in the first place. So being an basic intersectionalist and claiming that you're black first is really an oxymoron. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't exist. You can't be black first and be a fucking feminist and be pro-black female first. It doesn't work that way. You're really just a white supremacist at the end of the day trying to put on blackface. But they don't know that yet. They still figuring it out. Jason Black is a motherfucking feminist and doesn't even realize it. He supports the same fucking branch. Doesn't even realize it. Well, you pro-black though.
Why do you think Jason Black contradicts himself on a day-to-day basis?
All the time.
Why do you think Jason Black steals talking points and twists them? See, first and foremost, he knows who pays the fucking keeps the lights on his channel.
Mm-hmm.
He's not gonna risk all that. All these motherfuckers that tell you they going hard for black people, they're not. They're not. You know why? Because if you really want to go hard for your people, this is what you would do. You would tell them the truth.
I thought that was.
He'd be much better off just coming out and saying he's a hardcore neoliberalist, big C capitalist, and that's what he's about, man. He's just trying to get his money out of the fucking black community so that he can live a nice fucking cushy life. Just come out and say it, man. Black people probably won't even be mad at you these days. Not anymore.
Not
Just
anymore
come out and
because
say the shit. Say I'm out here like Black Lives Matter trying to grip. That's what the fuck I'm about. Give me some money.
Sounds
Just
like
just
most
do the
I
shit.
mean,
persons I know.
they're not going to do it because in the black community we're taught to lie because honesty is not a trait that we actually value.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. If we actually valued honesty, we would look at the statistics and say, you know what? Being a single mom is not a great thing. Most of the kids who are raised in single mother homes end up becoming failures.
Oops, did Dr. Charles just say that aloud?
Well, if we were actually honest about these things,
Mm-hmm.
we would actually be recovering from the failures of yesteryear. But no, if it ain't about who has the money and the coattails of the community, we don't give a fuck.
Oops,
You
did
know, Dr.
Charles say that aloud?
Because if you really gave a fuck about the kids, you would take the time out to say, you know what? We need to be fucking honest. We need to have a real conversation. But you know what happens when you have a real conversation? People's feelings get hurt. And when people's
That
feelings
one.
get hurt, they take away their support.
How many times, Dr. Charles, how many times has that happened to men, period?
That's called business as usual to men. That's what that's called. That's called the usual business.
That's business as usual. That's daily business.
Yeah.
And to go even further to that point with another question, and you know what's next. How many times has that happened to black men?
All the time. But who's the first people to rag on black men?
Mm-hmm. I've had
And
so
it's
many
again,
tell me, I had so many tell me that they, and I capitalize and underline this word, would have supported my venture, but found a reason not to. And the bad part is, they never told me what the fucking reason was.
and they're not going to.
No, they're not going to. They're not going to. They're just going to veil it behind, when are you going to stop dreaming? When are you going to be real with yourself and with what you're doing?
Oh, well, they're gonna hit you with the Sherwin. Got to be real. What's up, Kareem? You been quiet?
Good night, everyone. How are you guys doing?
What's
How you
up?
doing, bro?
What's up,
Oh yeah,
Kareem?
we got a woman on the panel. Be careful, we might be sexist.
It's okay. You know how it.
I'm the only real sexist here. But on that note, I am gonna slide out. It's good seeing you, Kareem. Good seeing all y'all, man. And
Hey,
I'll
All right,
catch
man.
y'all later, man.
good seeing you,
All right,
PK.
man. Be safe. Be safe out
Bye.
there.
Good seeing y'all too later.
Now
Yeah.
we better
Oh,
be
sorry.
careful. Kareem's gonna throw a nice big fat fastball at us.
Actually, no. I'm gonna be quick too. Um, I've been listening to this guy for the last, I would say, 4 or 5 months, right? And because I didn't know about him until the whole drama that happened about 4 or 5 months with the video essay he did on the space, right? So I'm like,
Right.
let me listen to this guy. Let me see what, I didn't know anything about him, his content. I'm not in that um
Mhm.
intersectional section of YouTube, right? I heard
Intersectional.
whatever it's called, whatever their group cohort, because I know it's a
See,
couple of them over
Kareem, now
there.
you just gave me a term that I have to joke about tomorrow on my show. You know I got to take full advantage of that. Speaking of which,
Yeah,
let
I
me
give
get
you full permission.
you gave me a term I'm going to blow the piss out of tomorrow for 2 hours on my show. Well,
Oh my God.
let me get out of here. Dr. Charles, check your back chat. Let me thank y'all for supporting me. What do you say, Charles? The faithful few, and to the folks that spoke tonight.
Oh yeah, don't forget to support the snowman tomorrow morning for your daily sports
Yes,
from a
sir.
red eye for the red pill wins.
From a red pill lens. And if Charles would post the GoFundMe, I got a GoFundMe out to not only help me but my family. I'm trying to help my daughter get back home to Cincinnati and help me and Jody get moved to our next location. So any donations come in, it would go completely toward that. I appreciate y'all. And I better go to bed because I have an award-winning show to do tomorrow.
All right, later, man. You be safe.
Hey, thank you. I love you guys. Thank you.
Right, too, man. And go ahead, Kareem.
Yeah,
But
so yeah, so I really don't really listen to those people over there. So when I think I heard Mr. Z mention this guy, and so I watched the video, or no, actually, as I know you guys, I'm not gonna mention much content creator on your panel, but DJ Kuda, he came on DJ Kuda's
No, you
panel
could definitely
chat.
mention.
Oh, I could mention him?
Oh yeah, you can mention anybody.
Yeah.
We like that over here.
he came in DJ Kuda's chat and then was saying all kind of stuff, and I was like, okay, this guy, he's trying to diss you guys, and he's going on other people's panels, not only in the manosphere, but like I mentioned, Eman in the chat, he had him on his channel after dissing him, saying that he's a misogynist and he's a this, and I'm like, how can you say when he was talking to Iman, he said, oh, he knows the significance of T'Challa. He knows the significance of boys having positive superhero, black superhero male, male to is a good representation for young boys. So why would you call this man misogynistic for wanting to recast it? Every freaking genre, like he said, he studies media and all of this. You do research. How you don't know this? Like it was just disingenuous. Just like how he was with Bernard saying, "Oh, who's Pearly? Who's this? How you don't know Pearly? Come on!" Like it just was so. I just got so upset. I said, He's a PhD, right? He said he have a PhD. This guy.
I don't think he got a
no,
PhD. I think he
he
just got
dropped
P.
out.
I
He
think he
dropped
just
out
got
this.
PM. I think he just got PMS.
He
It
dropped out.
was.
He dropped out of college. That's why I made the joke that Professor, all those guys are actually PhDs and master's degrees, and he didn't make it to that. He dropped out.
No,
I
no,
just. It was just.
he doesn't
I
have a
mean, it
PhD. He just
was.
got PMS.
He was listen.
Um,
I listen. I have a regular bachelor. I'm not trying to shame nobody for having no
same.
degree, but my point is, you acting like you don't know what's going on. You acting like you can't just do a quick Google search or whatever. A good, go on YouTube, watch a couple YouTube videos, and get a gist of what's going on. You coming on people's panel and then dissing them. Oh, I have more subscribers than you. Oh, you guys are stupid. You guys don't read. All of this. It was just. I got so pissed. I got so pissed. I had to go to Mr. Z's channel and say, "Yo, your boy, what's going on with your boy?" Because Mr. Z really, listens to those type of people over there, and I'm like, this guy is not that smart. I'm sorry. I don't know how he got all that sector thinking he's so brilliant. He's not brilliant. He
He
wasn't
has a
smartest guy in the room.
he has a
I,
strong team that works for him. Well, he works
yeah.
for. He has a very strong team. Like I mean, I'm just gonna put it like that. His
He
team is
wasn't,
yeah.
yeah, he wasn't representing himself well at all. Like I thought he was supposed to be well researched. He, know what he's talking about. He didn't know nothing. They asked him, "You're supposed to be an educator, right?" And they're asking him, how are you advocating for black boys?" You're like, what's the parameters? I'm doing this. It was a clown show. I was like, this guy should just not listen. You come in the panel, say your point of view, but don't disrespect anybody because you are not better than anybody. I've learned so much information from you guys in this space, the books you guys recommend, the what you talk about, the facts. This guy is so disrespectful to you all, y'all, and I was just I couldn't believe it.
No,
I was like, no.
I'm pretty sure. Like like I said, I just throw people super chats and I pop up every little while. those guys thought it was funny. Like we thought it was funny. Most guys thought it was funny because it's like you're going in a barbershop or a barbecue and you have that one oddball friend. You know what I'm saying? It's all off code and it's just like, all right, bruh. And he just keeps on going. You know what I'm saying? So
It's
I was laughing my ass off. Like it just
it's one
showed
of
like
the
when you enter into a space that's not yours, you can't hold your own. Like it sounds good by yourself or with some creepy weirdo leftist that has to basically like, I'm not gonna even say that, but you know what I'm saying. They ain't getting ladies, put it like that. You know.
He
it's
apparently he's married. Apparently he's married with
Yeah.
kids because he was
Yeah, yeah,
flexing
yeah,
on
yeah.
he was
yeah,
flexing
Yes.
married.
on Mr. Z's panel. Oh,
So
I
wait
have
a
my
minute.
wife and my kids.
Yeah, I'm married
So
with
Wait a minute.
kids. You know.
Wait a minute, Kareem. He's married. What's his name? What's his name?
the FD Signifier guy, he's apparently
Yeah.
married with kids because
Oh,
when he
Yeah,
was
so
on
yeah.
Mr.
so what's his
Yeah.
husband's name?
I mean,
No.
You
No. I
know,
mean, yeah. No.
I know.
basically,
You go ahead and say it.
basically,
I ain't say it.
basically, the deal, bro, is his wife used to get paid more than him while he was teaching, and he did a lot to keep it together, and he hit the YouTube algorithm, and forget all the stuff he was doing before. Let me do this entertainment, and now he's
Hey,
stuck
can
in
you
it,
guys
or
hear
he
me?
has to come over here.
Hey, can you guys hear
Hey,
me?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead. I got to step down. I got to feed my son and put him down to sleep. Just picked him
Okay.
up early. Gotta
All
take
right.
it
Cool.
easy.
Yep.
Sorry,
All right.
man.
Cool. But yeah, like um, yeah, you actually have a point, Kareem. And I actually made this observation on Mr. Z's channel. I'm like, listen, um, understand what they call that space that he's a part of, BreadTube. Their target audience is between like 15, like 25. So like mostly younger people. I think that's actually part of the problem. Is because again, he sounds deep to people that are not very aware of the world or have very little real world experience, you know? Because anybody with real world experience knows that like half those theories that they put out like just completely fall on their face. So again, what the reason why he's stammering is not necessarily because we're quote unquote ganging up on him. It's because he's used to that whole space is used to saying things and not getting very much pushback, or the only time that you see them get pushback is from like people like on the far right, like the Nick Fuentes types. They're not used to dealing with people who are like politically moderate giving them pushback because again, if we actually have like say like an open debate with them, we would realize how either how ignorant or how crazy they would actually sound in reality. That's the problem again that he's wrestling with because it's like again it's they've been patting themselves on the back, like these bread tube types of people. They've been patting themselves on the back and ego masturbating about how quote unquote smart they are. Yet when you ask them simple questions, straightforward questions, they're like stammering and stumbling over their feet. So, again, that's the problem that they're wrestling with is that they have a supremacy complex. Well, really, it's a inferiority complex masquerading as a supremacy complex. You know, and that's the reason why again why you're not going to get a whole lot of straightforward answers. You're not going to get a whole lot of honest conversation because again, it's where the bread tube space is now. Okay, this is basically what a lot of the pro-blacks and the feminists were doing back in like the 90s and stuff like that. In like early 2000s. What's happening is now is because of the rise of this space. Now, what they're doing is being called into question because essentially they have nothing to show for it, but they think if they shame and guilt enough of us that we're going to somehow ignore the fact that they've been completely ineffective. In some cases, it's pretty much on purpose. So that's what you're learning about Korean. The more that you actually watch them and listen to their rhetoric, they're like, "What the hell are you talking about?" So Can you guys hear me? Still?
Yeah, we hear you. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Big Kev. I mean, he has two boys. He must see just by watching, like what Dr. Tiason has said to me about the television, just the media, just the movies, the shows and stuff. I picked it up. Like the boys don't really have strong. Like we talk a lot about comic books, and that's why I gravitated to Charles because I know we talk about a lot of comic books and cartoons and stuff. The boys really don't have a lot of strong like cartoons, strong like superheroes. Like what they do, they co-opt it and put in these girls or push the guys back, you know, elevate the girls, especially with the Marvel ones. Now in this iteration of this phase of Marvel. And it's a problem because boys do need strong superheroes. Girls for the last 30 years, the girls always had strong Disney princes, strong heroes, different characters that were strong. I don't know what these people talking about, how they didn't have strong female characters or girls didn't have representation because
Last
they
time I
did.
checked, last time I checked, Wonder Woman existed
Right,
more than
right.
Wonder
Well,
Woman existed longer than 80% of the superheroes currently out now.
yep,
Correct.
exactly.
Correct. And it's
What's
always had some iteration of Wonder Woman. If it was on TV, it was in the comic books, it was the movies is lately, but they always had like they YouTube have channels on Wonder Woman. They have DC Supergirls, different iteration cartoons. They always had that. So I don't understand why people are in uproar that women don't have roles. This is stupid.
what they're doing is what's called fan baiting. Okay, so take somebody like a Wonder Woman. I mean, let's be honest here. Wonder Woman, it's kind of white. What they're doing is that instead of hiring a lot of sci-fi and fantasy writers with like well-established characters such as Storm, etc., what they want to do is they want to try to flip the gender and or race of already existing white characters and try to flip it. And very rarely does that ever work out. You know, in fact, that's actually an observation that some people made who are really in the comics are like, why are y'all trying to do all this fan baiting? Why are you always trying to do all this fan baiting garbage when y'all can actually just hire quote unquote black sci-fi and fantasy writers that already have like original characters, that are so-called black women. You know what I mean? Like you don't see them do that because that's not the intention. You know, and same thing when it comes to like I said, the boys. It's like they don't want authentic, uh, quote unquote black characters such as like Static Shock, you know, to
From
be like role
Milestone.
models because again, we can't we can't let these Negroes get too much hope in themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna break this down to you, right? Because some people are as old as I am. Happy birthday to me Saturday. If Negroes were so concerned about representation, I haven't heard too many people say, "Hey, let's give Milestone their movies. Why can't we get an Icon and Rocket, a Hardware, a Static? You know, all these classic. I mean, goddamn, you have a whole generation of motherfuckers raised off of the show Static Shock, and Static's character was very, pivotal. I mean, you would think that places like DC would take advantage of the fact that, hey, we raised a whole group of characters off of John Stewart, and the reason why the Green Lantern movie didn't sell is because all the white kids would say the Green Lantern's black.
Exactly, exactly, exactly. Even Ryan Reynolds joked about how the Green Lantern movie was fucking terrible. You know what I mean? And he did a better job of being cast as Deadpool. You know what I mean? Who was quote unquote white. You know what I mean? So again, like you said, Green Lantern, Cyborg, Static Shock, etc. Like you got existing characters, Storm, etc. You already have characters like that. Again, reason why they're not going to do it is because again, it goes against the fan baiting message. It means that they'll actually have to stop being lazy and actually have to like get like real representation in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the PhD, we got the one, the only, Dr. Anwar. Dr. Anwar. Ladies and gentlemen.
What up, Panthro? Hey, man, I gotta come up to Lock Raven, man. I was just down at TG Cigar Lounge in DC, man. It's been forever since I've been a Lock Raven.
I know. Once I come back in town, I got you.
All right. Hello, Kareem. How are you?
Hello, doctor. How are you?
Good. How are you? Hey, I just tuned in. Was just driving home. I just want to confirm. Someone said something to me a week or so ago about the comic books and the movies being only for boys. And I did a quick Google search, female superheroes. Hundreds of female superheroes came up on I don't know if it was a Wikipedia page or a compendium of some other kind of compendium, but there are literally hundreds of female superheroes. And just piggybacking off what Charles just said, I don't see why they don't take those hundreds of female superheroes and bring them out as opposed to diminishing down the male characters that have been successful. So there's something else going on here.
That's because, one, it's the WNBA effect. Women don't want to go to see movies and see other women. You notice that? Women don't want to go see other women. They want to sit. Like, think about it. How many women, especially black women, wanted to see Creed 3, not because they wanted to see what's the light skinned chick?
Tessa Thompson, who's turbo.
No one black woman went to that movie to see Tessa Thompson. So every black woman I heard who went to see Creed wanted to go see Michael B. Jordan and Jonathan Majors take off their shirts and duke it out.
It was a good movie too. It was very good. It's a very good movie.
We can hear the smile on your face.
It's a little quick though, but it is a good movie. I agree.
It's a good movie. And it's funny, but once again, you have a WNBA, you have female superheroes, you have female content. But you don't want to support it. Think about it. You have a WNBA. Why aren't you supporting it? Well, because a lot of you don't like it. You don't like it.
I agree, but even that, okay, it's business. It's business 101. The majority of the fan base is male. Male goes to those movies. So, I mean,
Exactly.
I don't understand why they're doing this. Like, these characters already established. It's not like they're creating any new characters. I think John Wick is a new creation, right? And I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure the majority of the audience skew male, but I enjoy the John Wick movies. It's awesome. I love the violence and the shooting up and all of that. Sorry, I can't say certain things on YouTube, but I like that.
Yes,
I
on
mean,
this channel you can.
I like
Yeah.
that, and the audience that goes to those type of movie want to see that. We don't want to see him hugging people and don't kill him and rainbows and all of that. Nobody wants to see that. I mean, I don't understand these people who I know there's agendas in play and all of that, but if they want to make money, they have to give the audience what they want, and this is what the audience want. They don't want this bullshit that Marvel has been doing lately, and it's showing in the box office.
It's funny because they want to indoctrinate men into being soft, but there's nowhere in any time I've ever even known women. I've never heard of a woman say, "I want a soft man." Never heard that. I'm just like, women want a guy who can basically meet their needs, who they can look up to, they can seek for protection and leadership. They want men who can handle, you know, pressure. Pressure either busts pipes or it creates diamonds. They want, and then you got to look at it. You're shitting on all the men for what? For fucking what? For fucking what? Men supported your endeavors. We said we wanted our sisters and our wives and our daughters to look highly when they see superheroes. So we made a Wonder Woman. Dr. Walston, who created the lie detector and the golden lasso, which is funny, had daughters. So he created Wonder Woman for them to look up to. We're the women creators. You know what female creators do? They make shit called I'm Not Starfire. That's what they create.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. You're like I heard about that.
They put themselves in the comic and say, oh, I don't want to be sexualized. Please,
Well,
please.
I was booting up my computer today, and I get articles on my MSN feed. And speaking of equality and superheroes, Natalie Portman, this it was a short video. I didn't watch it, but the title said Natalie Portman wants or she demands that women be paid equally to men, and I have no problem with that. But it's all about this is all about like being equal. It's all about making things the same. That's it seems to be that's where the hang up is. And going back to your WNBA reference, those two things are not the same. They're not. I mean, it's the same game, but there's a reason that people will pay the money they pay to see the men. And I just think this whole equal thing, making us the same, I think it's just gonna tear everything to shreds.
Exactly, Dr. Dunbar. Let me ask you this one. How long did it take you to get your PhD in pharmacology?
It took about 5 to 6 years.
And that's after your bachelor's and
Exactly.
master's, right?
Yeah.
So, should you get paid with your years of experience, your schooling? Should a guy with a high school diploma get paid the same? No.
No.
And this is what they're trying to tell you. Like, think about it. When the men's, I remember when they had an article about the men's soccer team had to fork over half their earnings to the females, and the females didn't have to do a damn thing.
It's
This is
crazy.
what, this is what
That's
equality
crazy.
gets you. Equality, see, women always want equal outcomes, never equal opportunities. Okay? Because if you actually had to have an equal opportunity, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get those men who are going to outdo you. We want to serve in the Army Rangers too. Okay, sure.
You know,
You,
Charles. You know, Charles. I agree with you. The thing, even with tennis, let's tennis. Tennis is a little bit more fairly like match where it comes to well with the sisters, like the Venus sisters, they was getting paid almost as much as the male tennis players when they won the final tournament, right? And it was it was kind of worth it because they was getting the sponsorship, they was getting the eyeballs on those games, even though the male finals get more eyeballs, more money, so they get more, and the females was getting a little bit less because they wasn't getting as much. That's fair. The WNBA, nobody watches that stupid thing. They give out free
here,
tickets, nobody goes. Like that's so unfair that they want the NBA players to give them some of their money. That's not right. That's not
here's the crazy part about that. When we look at female tennis, they don't even play as many sets as the men.
right.
People forget that when John McEnroe said, she's the greatest female player, well, not the greatest player period. Hell no. She can't even. She even admitted that she couldn't even perceive how fast the balls were being served. But according to a lot of people, she's seen a lot of balls in her day. But I'm not gonna go there.
It's so funny. I know you don't like her, but it wasn't actually her that got that. It was actually her sister Venus who got them to pay as much because Venus at one time before Serena became hot was, at least with Wimbledon. I don't know about the other tournaments because each tournament is determined differently and they don't get as much. But at least when Wimbledon, they almost get as much as if the guy's getting at the end they get 2 million, the woman is getting 1.7 million. So it's in good, like it's fair to me, the Wimbledon one, because it's based on the sponsorship, the eyeballs, and the notoriety of the winner. Like, people turn out to watch Serena and Venus. I mean, the other girls, no, not so much now, but you know what I mean. So it depends on, like with sports, sponsorship, the popularity, how much people you draw into the venue. That is something to consider. We can't just give these people money and they're not delivering. I mean, I don't agree with that at all.
According to FD Signifier, you should.
Well, you have to understand. Again, a lot of that rhetoric, and again, I'm not like like some like far right wing grifter, obviously, but you have to understand like a lot of that is like communist edgelord rhetoric because again, what these people want is they want to claim the moral authority over people through like communist Marxist rhetoric, whilst being in a like mixed economy, you know, because again, as much as they scream, jump up and down about like equality and the the benefits of like Marxism and whatnot, the vast majority of people that say that would never want to live under like any type of communist regime. You're not seeing them say, "Hey, let's go to North Korea or let's live in China or Turkmenistan or any other place like that." They just want to be in a quote unquote first world country, and basically complain about how being a communist slash Marxist makes them morally superior. So that's why you see them make these arguments. They're basically luxury beliefs.
A lot of them don't even know what a Marxist is.
Hell, a lot of them don't know what a communist is.
And that's the finite point of it, is that they say a big joint, like, oh, we have to do this, and women's rights, and we don't get the same pay, but you don't want to do the same work.
I've never in my life, as working, seen men get paid more than a woman unless the guy got either promoted or, yeah, that's it, just promoted. Most of the women that I've seen, they either got paid either the same or more. I've seen more women get paid more than some guys.
They're using the 70s things that happened in the 70s. They're applying it to modern day. Stuff like that don't happen anymore because people, every job that you apply for has like a salary range. You know what I mean? Like it's not like, and if you do the hours, if you make more hours, then you're gonna make more money. Like, come on, it's just all of those
Yeah.
things is BS. It's real BS, and they just want to shame people and get. Uh, I don't know. They're just it's crazy people. I feel like
Well,
some of these people should be put in a committed or something because they just come on the internet talking foolishness.
Because
the
this is
reason
what they've
for
been
that
taught.
is
This is
because
what
they
they've been
want
taught
to.
in school. This is what they've been taught in college.
Not only that, but they're relying on the fact that you're misinformed about what's going on, currently. Because those arguments, yes, are from the '70s, but what person doesn't know that? But they think that you and everybody else doesn't know that. So that's why they stick to that information so wholeheartedly.
And what makes it really fallible, right, is that you can't say that you're disenfranchised and you're the one reaping all the benefits. You can't call black men the white men of the black community if you're the ones getting 75, 80% of the scholarships. Where do they do that?
He comes, okay, then another thing that pissed me off about this dumb guy, right? He gonna come and say, oh, the black community is a matriarchy, right? So if it's a matriarchy, why you keep calling all black men misogynistic and they're partaking in the white patriarchy and they this and they, how is that possible? If it's a matriarchal community, how can they be patriarch? if the community is a matriarchal community. He was just so dumb. I was like, where's this guy?
Because
The reason why, Kareem, is because he doesn't have a Winter Soldier chip. He has a Winter Soldier motherboard. Okay, his whole hardware is Winter Soldier.
Well, again, I actually had a debate with Amiri Brown of Chaos Range show the other day. Again, the reason why they make that argument is they know it's bullshit, but again, like I said, it's to try to flex some sort of fake moral supremacy. Because you just see the same thing with FD Signifier. You see the same arguments from Amiri Brown where he tries to say, "Oh, it's a failed patriarchy." It's like, how do you have a failed patriarchy where the women get overwhelming preferential treatment? Like, it doesn't make sense. No, what it is.
Well, the thing is also. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm like, again, the ugly truth about it is that, again, as I said before, is that, again, going back to what I said earlier, like, where you see most pro-blacks are at now, like where they doing like a lot of pandering to women and kissing up to women and whatnot, they were doing the same shit back in the 90s. Okay, they were doing the same shit back in the late 80s and early 90s. Okay, and what's happening is that because we're starting to see the effects of their rhetoric play out in real time and how they pretty much have like nothing to show for it, what they're getting upset about is the fact that we're taking them to task and pointing it out and exposing it. I'm like, y'all said y'all care so much about your quote unquote community. Y'all said about how being quote unquote pro-black and being a feminist and being far left leaning was supposed to be some sort of magical cure to all of our problems. Yet we've been voting left. We've been voting far left for like the last 30 years and have nothing to show for it. Like, these people have nothing to show from all their rhetoric.
Because we've been voting for women. We've been voting for black women's interests, not our own. And that's what we've been taught.
I didn't even, and I would like to take it a step further. I think, as Mr. D said, we've been voting for bougie black women's interests, not even for the interests of the whole community. I think what it is that because a lot of these people that were on that stuff were basically doing it to try to morally justify them either being out there in the streets or promoting female supremacy, or basically saying what they said to try to indirectly beg for white validation, because they have nothing to show for it. Okay, what guys like him and Amiri Brown are coming to the fact is that basically they're compromised. I think that's what the cognitive dissonance is coming to play in. It's like, yeah, you might say you're quote unquote pro-black, but the reality is that you're compromised. You're morally compromised, and because of that, you have to keep claiming that we're all misogynist, because again, it allows you, it gives you a false sense of moral supremacy. Because if you actually, again, listen to your own argument, it makes no sense whatsoever. Especially when they try to accuse everyone of being a misogynist. I'm like, according to your rhetoric, and both of them agreed, right? Both of them agreed how we have, on a per average basis, we're far more progressive and inclusive, or should I say, we're far more amicable towards women and a lot more tolerant of, the Rainbow Coalition than like most other groups of men in the country and even in the quote unquote world. Yet you keep making these accusations of us being misogynist. All somebody that a neutral observer would see is that this is just a classic case of the phrase "no good deed goes unpunished." So.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to look at it. It's called guilting you. Like, women can't kick your ass, so they can't force you, but they can guilt you. Oh, if you don't do what I say, you won't get no pussy. Okay, let me vote if you want to vote. Happy life, happy wife.
That's part of their aggressive nature. That's how they be aggressive.
Mm.
Through manipulation.
You know what, Charles? I'm gonna add to that also, because that's what I was thinking earlier while Kev was speaking. Well, before I even begin, how y'all doing?
How you doing, man?
Pretty good.
What's up, brother? All right. So the one thing that I do realize is that that there's great power in leverage. You know what I mean? And to go into what you were saying, Charles, and whatnot, since they can't whoop our ass, they can't really do any of that shit. The only thing they have left is basically using our morality against us. You know what I'm saying? So as long as you feel guilty about something that you probably didn't even fucking do, then you're pretty much that Winter Soldier chip will always be activated until it is deactivated. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's just God. Another thing about FD I didn't realize, I left a comment on Mr. Z's the last video he had, and I mentioned the fact that when it comes down to FD, the disrespect that he has, that he actually, I would say it's more specifically the disrespect that he had for BGS was more steeped in his jealousy of the fact that he will never have the adulation that BGS has.
He responded back to you, by the way.
Oh, I know, I saw it. You know what I'm saying? And I'll respond back.
And by the way,
it's true. It's true. He was very disrespectful, and I was like, what? And my thing about him too is like, to me, you're a misandrist. If you love to call people misogynistic for every blasted thing, everybody's misogynistic. You're a misandrist because you think all black man is inherently evil. So you're a misandrist. So there you go. Let's call him back that, because I was like, why are you calling everybody a misandrist? You don't even know people. You just, oh, you're misandrist. I thought you was a misandrist. As soon as he gets on people to speak with people, let them speak first before you call people that name. You just labeling people, and you're supposed to be a liberal that don't judge people without knowing them. Come on. Oh.
All liberals judge each other. All liberals judge. Don't let that fool you about them being liberals. They all judge.
Mr. Z, I just want to give you a salute. I want to give you a salute for interviewing that guy, because that giggle that he has, man, was getting on my nerves.
I'm gonna just say this before Mr. Z gets in there. Number one, I would be mad at black men too if I had orangutan titties like FD Signifier. Number two,
hysterical.
I blame Mr. Z for bringing his black funky ass over here. You goddamn lefty whispering motherfucker. I blame your ass for this shit.
First, let me thank Kareen for the warning and D Scott, because D Scott and Kareen were like, nigga, you ain't hear this? so I made sure to go check out Bernard's stream and hear the absolute travesty that is FD debating these guys, number one. Number two, y'all let Kareen slide with saying blasted like she's in Britain somewhere, first. Secondly, thirdly, yeah, no, we know who FD is, and first, yes, the left practices no true Scotsman just like the right does. That's not unique to the right, right? Like the no true Scotsman. So yeah, so I won't be surprised if eventually they're gonna tell me that I'm not part of the political left just because for me, it's about, okay, if this is what you want, I play this game. I play all right, this is what you want. You know it's not gonna come with that, right? Right? So you want female leadership? Fine. You know it's not gonna come with that. You want egalitarianism? Fine. You know it's not gonna come with that. And it's really feminism. But if you want that, that's okay, fine. But what the problem is that they haven't adequately and appropriately socialized the women for what this actually looks like. That's why you have so many women screeching and yelling, number one. Number two, FD has a real problem with acknowledging, and like Kareen was saying earlier, acknowledging that we're post-1970s. Many of your feminist and queer theories are coming from somewhere in the 70s and the 60s, right? So like the progress over the past 50 and 40 years, we're not taking that into account. We're not actually even taking into account the class position of many of these women that are forwarding these theories and these ideas, right? So we're forwarding these concepts that's not actually beneficial to heterosexual relationships. And then when they fall apart or when they fail, this only proves you further right? Because a lot of this is actually not just feminist rhetoric, it's actually radical feminist rhetoric. You're talking about a group of people that actually don't believe that men and women should be, and that men are oppressive outright, almost innately, right? So that's something that we actually have to grapple with too. It's people with very retrograde concepts about men and women, and then they have their own daddy issues. They have their own issues with men. They have their own issues with boys, and then they go out into the world and forward that, and then all the rest of us have to deal with the fallout of that. I do see FD Signifier as not the worst, right? Believe it or not. But his rhetoric is still very dangerous because as a person who's in a marriage, two sons, right, nuclear family, he knows what he knows what this costs. He knows what this is, and one of his most recent videos, he talked about harm distribution, and that let me know that what he's talking to these different content creators and these different feminists, and what they're telling him is, okay, yeah, maybe, but we're the ones who's really going through it, right? If you're talking about harm distribution, what you're actually doing is getting us back right back into intersectionality, which is okay. Well, I'm black and I'm a woman, so I still go through more, right? It's power through victimization, right? And I'm not one to say that black women aren't on the receiving end of certain problems of white supremacy, but that's not black men causing that. As a matter of fact, much of that is coming from your incessant need and want from white validation, right? So I'll pause right there for now because I could rant on about this forever. God damn, did I nuke this shit? This spot,
Well,
Yeah, I was
guys?
about to say, yeah,
and
yeah,
once again,
I thought the most.
Mr. Z,
yeah. I was about to say, you make some good points, Mr. Z. And again, the problem is that again, when you debate these theories out loud, again, on a historical basis, if you anybody with two brain cells and an iota of integrity knows that the whole intersectionality
Not two
narrative is
brain
a
cells.
lie. No, I'm serious. I'm like any nigga with two brain cells that can rub together, that's even mildly aware of history, knows that that whole intersectionality narrative is a lie. Because number one, again, is that many of these things, these concepts that feminists like to champion as them being the originators of, universal suffrage, etc., were cultural norms that were present in many indigenous societies, especially in the Americas, way before European colonization, number one. And number two is on a per average basis, again, it is so-called black men, specifically straight black men, that face the most racial discrimination on a per average basis. This has been empirically borne out in all the data. Okay, so because of those two things being true, therefore, the intersectionality narrative holds no weight. Like it's empirically false on its face. And again, what you were saying before, Mr. Z, is just like what Dr. Tia Son Johnson was talking about flat blackness. Well, what feminists use to uphold their rhetoric is the concept of flat maleness, that all men are basically the same. And it's like, no,
I agree.
we're not.
I agree.
So again, that's what they want people to just outright say, because if we say it loud, I'm like, yeah, this whole intersectionality narrative is based on a lie. Like it's historically based on a lie, and really show it and prove
Big
it.
Kev, let me add to something you're saying. Flat
Mm-hmm.
blackness and flat maleness, like you said, and flat blackness. Now, it doesn't become flat blackness when we start having to split up the baubles from whatever movement, right? This is where you get BLM, right? So you're taking the death of black men and you're disguising your actual motives behind flat blackness. But when it's time to divvy out these resources, then this is when LGBTQ black folks run out the back door with all the bag, right? So I agree
Yep.
with you with the flat maleness, and I just wanted to add on also flat blackness, right? And that also does us because it's both and, right? So you get to play intersectionality, which puts black women on the top of the winning, oppression Olympics, but at the same time you're practicing flat blackness when something inevitably goes wrong with the black man in the state or vigilante. So yeah, I agree with you. I just wanted to add that on. Go ahead.
Yeah. And what I was saying, what I was basically saying earlier is like, the harsh truth is that again is despite what the intersectional feminists say, the reason for like a lot of this divide between the sexes is the fact that, contrary to popular belief, most so-called black women are coddled. They may not be coddled as much as a so-called Karen is, but they're still coddled nonetheless. Like we go out of our way to infantilize so-called black women that are highly dysfunctional, even more so than the ones that are functional. Because again, we think, going back to what you guys said about the winter soldiership, we think refusing to set boundaries and refusing to have standards for women, and black women especially, makes us morally superior. In reality, it makes us stupid and easy to manipulate. So I think that's what a lot of men are struggling to wrestle with.
So
Like
I want to flip this. I want to flip this whole thing on its head, man. This is what's crazy about this whole discussion. Really, with what you're saying in general, but overall, when it comes to the intersectional frame, when you talk about flat maleness and how exactly that's structured, man, it's actually it's really interesting when you break it down and when you start to understand about how we're essentially all viewed to some degree as misogynistic and that this is a oppressive patriarchy. Um, at least that's the underlying portion of feminism at its core, not just intersectionality, which carries that on in places, women at the top, black women specifically, but other groups of women, if they happen to be brown, at the top of that heap of the progressive stack. But the biggest issue with that is that ultimately, what's more misogynistic? To essentially infantilize women and give them every single leverage available at the end of the day to prop them up to the top of society, or to actually force them to have to compete in an open and fair market? I don't know. It seems like the status quo right now is that we need to infantilize women and make sure that they have every opportunity and advantage possible over men so that they can be our betters. How exactly does that work? Well, we're the misogynists, right? Seems like a
well,
big fucking scam to me. Seems
well,
like
the
it.
I. Mhm.
I think that this argument falls apart all of, really at every level. If you really think about it, if you start to dig into intersectionality or feminism to any degree and hold it up to any amount of scrutiny, it falls apart at every level. Not only when it comes to stats, not only when it comes to history, not only when it comes to just flat out reality. There's no point in which there's any bearing for it to continue its existence. Not even in its inception. That's the
But
crazy part. But
I
people ain't
think,
willing to say that. I'm the sexist here.
Well,
You know,
but
the
here's the
that'll
thing,
actually
PK.
say that part.
Go ahead,
well the
go ahead.
irony Yeah, the irony
This is
about that is that, again, if you do any research on the history, again, if you read books like Sex and Race Volume 2 or The Negro Family in the United States, okay, these books basically show how, that whole narrative of female supremacy or even a light skin supremacy, that comes from slavery. That was used as a tool to keep us enslaved, no different than teaching us pacifism and teaching us that we need to look for a white savior. I'm like, female supremacy also comes from slavery. Same thing when it comes to beating your children for frivolous reasons. I'm like, that stuff comes from slavery, yet we defend that as quote unquote black culture, whilst turning around and complaining about the legacy of slavery and how, the trauma bonding and stuff like that. I'm like, but we're still holding on to the stuff that doesn't serve us. So that's the irony.
So something that PK was speaking to, um, this, I think what we have is people that took civil rights and they kept certain tenets from civil rights. So this is going to why we defer to them, right? And this moral high grounding that me and Big Kev speak about all the time, which is like you do that because you're actually basing your claims on previous wrongs and current wrongs that might be based on those previous wrongs, and then that allows you to play the intersectional game because what you're saying is I have a perspective because I'm both black and woman in a white patriarchy, right? So white women get to win because they're women. Excuse me, white women get to win because they're white. Black men get to win because they're men. But I'm a black woman, so I'm oppressed because I'm white. Excuse me, because I'm black. Well, they want to be white because I'm black and because I'm a woman, and that allows me to have a certain perspective and view the world through a certain lens that you others who are attempting to be white men,
Well,
right, don't
well
they,
view the
that
world
they
through.
and
Go
that's the
ahead.
bullshit that right there
Hmm.
is because even the book that we just read, the Mohawk Conference, even
Hmm.
when even black women owned property before black men. So stop it with that shit. Even
No,
said
but
in the book,
you're right though, Art. But Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Art got me. Yeah, Art got me. You got it,
yeah.
Art.
So
Yeah, you
that
got.
whole that whole bullshit about like, oh, always been oppressed, blah blah blah. No, white men elevated your ass. They didn't want to elevate us. We're the oppressed. We're the ones that's oppressed, not you motherfuckers.
Ladies and
Nobody.
gentlemen, we got to do it. We got to do it. You know, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is for the master teacher.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus.
Rest in peace to anyone that ever comes in at the same time as BGS. Sorry, Leon. Yo, bad. Whoever
No,
come
I'm
in at the same
chilling.
time as
Hey,
I'll be like, what? Why do we do this to ourselves?
this is it.
I've been-
Everybody know I be chilling in the background, just throwing super chats, around the space. So I'm chilling. Y'all do y'all thing. BGS, what's up?
Hey, Leon, what's up, man?
Oh wait, we got the
Man,
trifecta
woman's about to get on.
lefties out here. PK, Leon, and me. Okay, here we go.
I'm
Yeah,
a
we all
lefty.
here.
I'm a lefty.
The whole A team.
But see,
PK's a
hey,
lefty.
I'm a black lefty. That like when it comes to left, I'm a black lefty.
There's a difference. We're more sensible.
Why do I feel dirty just all of a sudden?
Hey, wait, what are we saying that FD's a white woman lefty? Yikes.
Man,
I mean, you wouldn't be far off.
He's an intersectional lefty.
Wait,
Right.
hold on.
He's been
BGS, we need BGS to answer that,
Right.
so basically he's
I mean,
brainwashed.
him and Pearly are actually more aligned than he even realizes.
They
Uh-oh.
are. Yes, we are. But, yeah,
PK.
they are.
Go ahead, BJ.
But Dr. T was telling me that's the way they're trained, and this is the brainwashing they have to go through to get to where they need to get, right? So they're inculcated and brainwashed and trained to think that way, because all their teachers, most of their teachers are female, black female, especially if they go through certain curricula. And then there's not enough males that will speak up to actually counteract that, because the males that will counteract that get put out really quickly. So it's almost especially for a black man, it's a hostile environment. Basically, you have to get through what you need to get through, man. You're going to have to go through that brainwashing. Yeah, you got to be good with it. So I recognize it. I recognize him when he does that. That's because he don't want to talk to me for the most part, because I'm gonna debunk it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you go. I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, that's why it took me long, about 5 minutes to actually debunk what he was saying. Because every question I'm asking, he had no answer for.
I'm so mad I wasn't there. I think I was asleep, and then when I woke up, I still didn't know what was going on. And then Kareen and everybody started, D Scott and everybody started sending me messages. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? What did I miss? I'm looking all over the place.
Mr. Z, I
did a good job.
3-4 hours of my life.
Yeah.
I wasted 3-4 hours of my life. Last time I did that was when Mary was on Green Gorilla. I wasted 6 hours of my life.
I will say this though, I really wanted him to answer what BGS was saying about pretty much the women don't even want what y'all selling. Yeah. I was like, God, because I think Bernard had to interrupt for to give some type of PSA, and I'm like, God damn, because he got to weasel out of that. I really wanted him to address that. Y'all was swinging haymakers. Y'all was swinging haymakers. Y'all lumped them up pretty bad.
That's the problem that the feminists are having. The feminists know the women are not accepting this shit.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. The man is like, okay, I'll take a back seat, no problem. The women's like, hell no, I'm not gonna be a provider. Okay, you know what a provider? The provider has consequences to those actions. If you fail, the family fails.
Yep.
No wonder these people like the fact that no wonder they like the fact that Chris Rock got slapped by Will Smith, because Chris Rock told us this in a stand-up over a decade ago. Ain't nothing dropped the vagina more than spending money. Right? Like, and everybody knows this, but they, it's it's fighting the worst fight ever, right? It's fighting against all the odds stacked against you because we all know what this is, and I think they really think they can socialize women out of their nature, socialize men out of their nature. Let's see. Y'all ain't win yet. 50 years. Keep going.
I'm gonna tell feminism is a war against nature. That's all it is.
I'm gonna tell you what it really boils down to is that I blame Mr. Z for even mentioning this fucking idiot.
Look, I had to. He was running amok. Somebody had to sound the alarm. Paul Revere.
I mean, guess what? I've never been scared of no nigga named Flack or Fleek or whatever the fuck his name is.
Feek the signifier.
It sounds like feet, doesn't it?
I'm not gonna say it.
Say the other F word.
All
We all
I'm
know
gonna
the
say
one.
is I'm pretty sure he can eat a banana without chewing. So
You know what pissed me off too? BGS when he was like, "Nigga," this.
Thank you.
Like, come on.
Yep.
Come on.
Yep. Because he had to.
So upset.
He had to show that he wasn't
Like,
scared of BGS. He had to show that he. Go ahead. Sorry.
Somebody needs to clip how he said nigga.
Yeah.
Oh, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me.
Well, you got to remember he has to bring BGS down to sign.
He said it properly. Yeah.
It did come out right.
All the training in me not to disrespect people. I just wanted to slap him. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I really, because we're taught not to, like, even though you don't like what BGS is saying, you don't. He's older than you. Have some respect. Like,
but that's the whole point, though, Kareem. He has to disrespect BGS in front of us. This is about him showing, look, this your sacred cow over here. Oh, this the kingmaker. All right, watch this. Right? He had to do that.
Yeah.
That was the whole point. If it was somebody else, maybe not, but it had to be BGS. Right?
Because
So yeah.
He wasn't the smartest person in the room no more. That's why.
Yeah.
Right. And the irony about it is that the people that they uphold as sacred cows, like Bell Hooks, all we have to do is just point out, hey, she ain't punished for her negative views on so-called black men, and she didn't cite any data or citations to back up what she said. So
that was basically his form of buck-break.
All you have to do is pull one quote, one section out of Bell Hooks' book, Ain't I a Woman, where she said racism equals white men not marrying black women.
Big facts.
Yes, that's facts.
Big facts.
Hey, my mom
now
has
tell me that ain't exactly what I said a moment ago. Is that not some pseudo white supremacist shit?
It's a myth of white womanhood, and she suffered from it her whole life because she wanted to be one of those, and she couldn't.
And I mean, when you got the face of the great Muda, you see why.
Yeah, well.
If you don't know who the great Muda is,
not everybody likes chocolate ice cream. Okay.
I mean, hey,
what is it about Mary Brown y'all keep wanting to put up in this chat, man? Who cares about him?
Mary Brown, that little pudgy little bastard. Like I'm gonna say this. Just gonna say this about Mary Brown. He tried to talk about my GoFundMe. The GoFundMe was never for me. Just like I had to tell Classic Ruby, who classically doesn't know shit to this day. Number one, it was to help the young boys out to get their commissions. Okay. So, Mary, let me ask you this question once again. What did you do to help black men? Hell, you barely did shit to help your own goddamn family. If you so much of family values, why does your daughter have a child out of wedlocks? Don't you think she has the ability?
Evidently by a non-black man.
Exactly. So let me see. You're the type of guy who already admitted that if your wife was getting her fucking back blown the fuck out like Hiroshima by another man, you wouldn't even get mad. Probably because it's already happened, and you're saying, well, the reason why it happens is because me and my wife has this agreement. I go make the money, she fucks who she wants. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming.
That's actually what they want. That's actually what they want.
Yeah,
they want a man to be a workhorse, and then they go fuck who they want, and you say nothing about it.
Well, that guy, the FD guy, like, it's not only you guys that he was like this to. Like I said, I noticed that he was like this with Iman, and I felt so bad for Iman too, because Iman is he's such a nice content creator, like very low key, unproblematic, don't get involved in like drama like that, only movies and stuff. And he had the nerve to say this man was misogynistic just because he wanted to freaking reclass T'Challa. I mean, What you're intellectual, you study stuff. How could you make this? How could you say this man is misogynistic for that?
You be on a you be in the chat and you be up on the fan. Well, I mean, I'm gonna challenge you to do something. I don't generally challenge women to do much of anything, but this time you gonna get a challenge today, goddamn. This is what we doing. This is what I want you to do. This is your mission. The next time you hear him say that, and you happen to be in the chat or something, and it's an open panel, go up there and ask him outright. What is the definition of misogyny, bro? Ask him and find out what the answer is. What his answer is. See if that lines up with the actual definition. I doubt it does.
Yeah,
I doubt it highly.
misogyny is just a dog whistle. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's a misandrist because, like, he's going on all these black male channel and being aggressive and nasty to black men. So that is making you a misandrist because you're showing hate to men that you don't even know for no reason.
It's misandry shit.
It's not. It's not even so much the heated argument back and forth, because we do that all the time. Again, it's the bad faith argument. You know, again, like I was saying in Mr. Z's chat, you know, when they talk about misogyny and misogynoir, especially when it comes to the difference between the sexes in the so-called black community, 75 to 85% of that is just so-called black women and their panderers like him having hurt feelings and bruised egos. That's what they mean by when they talk about misogyny and misogynoir. It's just hurt feelings and bruised egos. It's not anything like legitimate cultural discrimination. It's just, you know, they got cussed out, or
Big Pip, you not liking me in high school
he's substituting one word for another. That's actually what's going on here. I know what he means to say, but he's not saying it. He's saying that we hate women, which is a flat out lie. Now, if you said, okay, some of the people here are sexist, well, all right, then you might have a point. But you're not saying that.
I think he can't say sexist because I think that's not a good word for them to use anymore, because they're trying to make language gender neutral. So words like sexist and all these words
could be playing right back at them.
Yeah. So they don't want to use those type of words anymore. So that's why he's with this misogyny bullshit. Everything is misogyny with him.
Hey, if you ain't choose me in high school, nigga, you are sexist. F all y'all, right? That's what they really are. You ain't choose me in high school. You ain't find me attractive. You ain't find me attractive in college. You was out here chasing after pretty light skinned chick. Fuck you, nigga. Fuck you forever. That's what this really is. Can we just be honest? I told y'all it's childhood trauma. I told y'all.
Once again, I gotta say this for all those chicks out there. Ain't no nigga trying to date no bitches looking like the Steiner brothers back in the 90s.
Ain't nobody come and see you, Otis.
I mean, shit. Well, you looking like fucking Rick Steiner in the face. Nobody trying to date you. I'm sorry. Lose the weight. Get a better attitude.
But
well, here's what's crazy to me is that it's already been acknowledged in academia, at least, that most women find benevolent sexism attractive, and they actually prefer it on the whole. So with that being the case, sexism isn't outright a bad thing, but they're unwilling to make that concession. They're unwilling to make that claim. They're not actually willing to stand on that because it fundamentally runs up against their ideology, and they don't know how to reconcile that.
Well, this is why they try to shame you with FD's content when he said harm distribution, right? So, okay, yeah, you might have certain little plights as a black man, but you have to defer to the women because, once again, black and woman, right? Intersectionality dictates that they have the most crap, shoveled on their backs, as Kim Foster said. So whatever you're going through pales in the comparison of what they're going through. And if we were to fix, and this is the part that drives me absolutely insane. If we are to fix black women, then automatically everyone else's plight is just, it just disappears. Black women are so put upon compared to everyone else.
But that's a theory. That's a theory, right? How long has the theory
exactly
been? It's been what, 50 years?
At least.
It's not true.
No,
the thing about
they disproved their own theory.
It's the worst part about it is that I'm going to teach you a saying that I've said many of times. Never interrupt an idiot making a mistake. See, the problem was...
Shout out to Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh
Fantastic. Yeah, I was
yes.
the one that
Oh
super
yes.
chatted that.
Exactly. See,
Yeah.
this is the reason why sometimes you just gotta let a motherfucker keep talking. Like I had to learn that during the investigations. No, I didn't mean. No, I didn't do nothing. Just like the time we robbed these other people. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just let them keep talking. This is the reason why a lot of these niggas, like I said earlier in the broadcast, nothing you can do will ever do agreeing with them, saying that men are shit is ever gonna make these bitches love you more. If anything, guess what? They're proving to you how much they hate men. They look at
Hmm.
what they and it's like I said to Cerulean years ago. BGS remembers this. When I had to, and I loved Cerulean, but I had to shut him up with this one thing. I'm not talking about the niggas they fucking. I'm talking about the boys they birthing. How are they treating them? And that tells you how much of this game is so fucked up. Nobody ever wants to come up and say, look, how you treat your sons determines how much you really truly love your men.
Yeah.
It's not about love, nigga. Be a utility like you're supposed to be, and you better work right too.
But
I
guess
like my
what?
toasters to toast my bread medium.
But guess what? What happens when men don't want that anymore? What happens when men says, you know what? Nah, I could do
Then
better.
you're a sexist, misogynistic monster, you fool.
And what? Guess
Can
what
I tell
happens?
y'all what I was mad
Man,
about right
Superman
after
wears a
that?
cape.
Go ahead, Leon. Go ahead. Go ahead. Tag team. Go ahead.
So let's take it to the transgenders for a minute. Um, I was frustrated that
This
people in
one,
the
this
space was
farmer
giving
man,
it
Ron.
attention. People were giving it attention, right? After you have all these feminists, they have their daughters saying they don't want to play sports with them, then you see that it's affecting women. And I kind of felt like guys were being kept and saved women after they voted that and they joined in. So
Exactly.
you have your turf feminists, they don't believe in that shit. You have your lesbians that are speaking out now, and that's why it doesn't work. They're saying, okay, if black women are saved, no, but there's still a bigger minority class that needs to be saved. And how they boil it down is they're not getting the money that they want. And Mr. Z knows he's been to these type of things, these get-togethers,
Yep.
and I've been to
I've been to the
conferences.
man. I've been to the Florida DNC events. I've been to the Broward County
Okay,
DNC events.
so
The Miami-Dade County DNC events.
we
Go ahead.
we might have crossed paths, but when
Hmm.
you see the energy in the room, it's like a dog eat dog world,
Yep.
and it's some weird energy amongst women. It's like a weird. It's not competing like guys, but it's presenting
Hmm.
their stuff to get
They
funded.
have their own way of King of the Hill shit. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the king of the
Hmm.
hill, the pulling out their dick on each other is it's weird.
They clit.
It's they pull it out now, and they too masculized. Their clits are huge, but it's like it would have been best if guys just didn't say anything and didn't motivate Republicans to speak on it and start voting against it because it's
Mm-hmm.
showing now that it's imploding.
Yeah.
And like I said this a long time ago, I was in a Discord chat. We are talking about it. I said it would be better if y'all don't make videos about it because women are going to do it eventually. They're getting frustrated dealing with these
Yeah.
minority groups. And all I mean when I say that saving black women isn't the end of anything, because
Mm-mm.
as soon as black women get the bag, they're just as neoliberal as the white man. The biggest
Fact.
socialists on
That's a fact.
the biggest socialists on the face of the planet are black men. It doesn't matter where you take it.
Mm-hmm.
Rappers, they give away the majority of their wealth. It is what it is. There's very few real capitalistic black men in America. And the ones that are trying to do it are basing it off like Jay-Z or some motherfucker like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see that ever being an end. I'll see a fight start when the bag gets delivered, like I seen before. I'm going
I
back on
wanted
mute.
to. Well, no, yeah, no, I wanted to expand on what you were saying about the turfs, and this goes back to me saying y'all can't even be selfish, right? Right. So the turfs, mainly conservatives, and some more right-leaning lefties, left, uh, let's say Democrats, let's say Democrats, because they're not lefties just because they're Democrats, but they understand that okay, we can't let men who transition into women out women us for our own, you know, part of the bag, right? And you have like these very short-sighted um people, including some black women, that they're so hopped up on like sticking it to men, pun intended, excuse me, that they don't have that foresight. The few of them that do are like, well, I don't really compete in sports anyway. I'm not really, I'm already married, or I'm already out of the scene where me advocating for trans issues or whatnot is not going to affect me in that way. Yeah, but what about your daughters? What about your
Well,
nieces?
that's the
Right?
inherent solipsism. You can't really. I don't fault them for that. It's built in. It is what it is. But go ahead.
No, you're right about that, PK. You're right about that. It aggravates me because it's like you can't even be selfish, right? It's a lack of foresight, and that's insane. And then going to something else that Leon said, the competition, right? Do you understand that this is what men do? This is what we do. This is what we're built on, is competing. And so when you allow for men to transition into women, and now we're even, getting into debate on whether we should even be using terms like biological women, right? It's just women that are women. So that now, so what we're saying is in the next, decade or two, we're just going to call trans women women, and there won't even be any type of distinguishing mark, right? Now, do you not understand how that affects you as a biologically born woman, right? And the reason why they're doing this is because they think it's funny when a man gets caught dealing with a trans and he didn't know. They think it's funny. So they're so short-sighted that they would rather get those little five kikis in, right? Get the little man dark laugh in, than actually understand how this is going to affect them and their daughters in the long run. Because if you're 25, it's very possible that you could be single at 45 and now you compete against a dude for a man. Just the short-sightedness is just, it's epic. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean,
All right,
it's
then, guys.
crazy
Yeah,
with the
I gotta
kids.
hop
I
off the
mean,
panel right quick.
sorry.
Hold on.
Yeah. It's crazy that you've seen all these videos now on these detransitioning, and I don't
Yeah,
know if
yeah.
all these people are gonna start suing. I don't know what's gonna happen with that, because this looks like it's out of freaking control with all the stuff with the people in the prison. They putting them in the prison and they're getting people pregnant, and it's chaos. Chaos.
Eh, So you trying to tell me a woman got a woman pregnant? Wait, what? Yeah, because like that's the world we're in. Who would have ever thunk? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me go to the senior in the room. BGS. Would 15-year-old BGS ever imagine we would be in a place like Kareen said, where a a correctional officer would be getting another correctional officer pregnant, and we're talking about two women, kind of.
Jesus
Actually, I
Christ.
wouldn't not be
I
surprised because
don't play around like that.
transgenders have been around a very long time in the black community. They've just been quiet about it. They've been here. They've been here.
Jesus Christ.
Trannies have been here, so I wouldn't be surprised. They've been around a very long time.
Look,
Yeah,
I,
transgender. If you do a quick
That's what I wanted.
Google search just on the history of it, man, transgender studies have been something that's been worked on. I'm not even fucking with you here, but in the medicine, this has been something that's been worked on, if I believe correctly. When I last looked at it, maybe I think it was like the 40s or 50s they were working on this shit.
Yeah, basically the transsexuals basically are doing the transgender surgeries going back to the 40s. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
So
I think I
I
remember
forgot the actor's name. I
I saw a
forgot the
movie
actor's
on
name.
it.
Let me.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
was
Yeah.
in, I think, in Europe, right? In Europe,
yeah,
they did it in
yeah.
Europe
It's
first, and then
Sweden.
they
You
brought
have to
it
go to
here.
Sweden to get those surgeries. But the thing is, remember LaBelle, Lady Marmalade?
yeah, no,
That's right. Yep. Yep.
That's a
pause on this, but you burst my bubble on that one. I'm not.
yeah,
I'm gonna mute up and
yeah,
let
yeah.
everybody else be disgusted now. Go ahead.
That's a transgender song.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, it's been something that's been in the works for quite some time. It didn't come out of nowhere. For instance, and this is just something that I don't know what documentary I fucking saw this in, but I see so much shit, man. It's like I don't even remember half the shit that I've seen at this point. But there was a guy, I don't remember the doctor's name, but there was a doctor who took a bunch of kids and transgendered all of them. This was back in like the 40s or 50s, around that time period. This was in America, and they all became like teenagers and they all killed themselves, and he was running a study on them.
Oh yes, I did see that documentary. Yes, it was two twins, right? And he transitioned one into a boy and one into a girl. They was both boys, and he did that, and then they both end up dying. On one was on drugs, and the one end up that was trans end up killing themselves, right? Or herself. I don't know.
That,
They end up dying.
it was something like that, and there was another one too where there was actually another doctor, and he had like I think he was running. It was like it wasn't an orphanage. It was like it was some type of like, it wasn't a psychiatric ward. What was it? It was something that had to do with health, and it was like half a dozen kids, man, and he essentially was experimenting on them, basically to see about gender and essentially like the mental effects of gender. And so essentially all these kids ended up killing themselves after they became teenagers, man, teenagers and young adults. But that's just that. This is not new stuff. This is stuff that's been in the works for quite some time. But then, God forbid, after the advent of birth control, man, everything went off the fucking rails. That was the next step, man. And so this is all really an evolution from that early technology.
BTS, I have a question though, real quick about them. I know that those people who do the surgery, they don't live long. Why are they letting people know that? Because a lot of them be dying very early from the complications, and people are not saying that. They just toting it like it's a easy thing to do, and it's not easy.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that? Black women still get butt injections for the risk.
I mean, you got to understand something. One of the reasons why they die so early is because of the psychological ramification. And then you got infections because you're cutting shit that God never intended to get cut. It's speaking of Transformers, and I ain't talking about Optimus Prime or Megatron. Did you hear recently about they're trying to seek vengeance against the transgender being, fortunately shot by the police? They're not mad because this monster, him, she, whatever the fuck she want to call herself, shot kids and innocent adults. They're mad because the police gunned down a motherfucker, which they should have, who was a monster. You put a monster down. And this lets you know you're dealing with people with psychosis, which is defined by detachment of reality. And that's basically what a lot of this feminism and LGBT shit is. They want to get away from being responsible and real.
I'm not, Charles, I was making fun, but I'm not look, if science and air quotes advancement, we could have a whole different conversation about what it actually means to be advanced and air quotes progress, right? But okay, if that's where we are now, cool. I'm not even against putting any laws against these people necessarily. Now we could get into the details, but the social ramifications and the cost and the fact that we don't actually have any guardrails to slowly baby step transition billions of people into this, right? That I think that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the ramifications of people still wanting to hold on to concepts of the old world while walking into the new world with whatever the new shit is supposed to be, and then trying to pick and choose things that actually clash against each other.
I typically just hate that it's connected to borderline socialists and capitalists.
Yeah, yep.
It's like we're gonna give them the surgery, and the taxpayer is gonna pay for it, while the person giving it makes $100,000 in a day.
You see what I'm saying?
But then you got
the
what is the guy called? What is the guy called? Monster Man. You got Monster Man. What's that YouTuber? Monster Man that sit around paying all that money for people to get their vision back.
Yeah. Mr. I know who you're talking about.
I'm just making an analogy. I'm making an analogy. It's like he's literally paying.
Mr. Beat. Oh yeah, Mr. Beat's one of the highest paid YouTubers. I think he's like top 5. Yeah.
I don't watch him. I just heard what he did, and I said, okay, so They'll still wait. We'll give transgender surgery before making people to where they can see again. Okay.
No,
I'm with
Sick.
Leon on the taxpayer dollar thing, bro.
you
Like,
got
let's
you got
stop that.
Sick.
you got to
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I don't think we should be paying for that. If they want to do it, let them do it. But we shouldn't be paying for it. It's just too much.
Let me get this right. We ain't paying for maternity leave, but niggas is over here paying for
And
transitional surgery.
and
Yo,
there's a
I mean,
there's
I
like
spent some good
there's
money
a
on
little
my
if we
girl.
if
No,
fertility
we're
I
gonna
know,
One time, one
girl.
time, one time, one time. Yeah.
Whoa, you got to think about it, right? See, the ramifications of this shit boils down to this. You can do whatever you want, but you want to force people to accept your so-called truth. Why? Because you know goddamn well it doesn't make any fucking hill of sense. And then it's one thing.
Sense is subjective, sir. Sense is subjective.
Sense is not subjective because last time I checked, if you jump in the lion's pit at the zoo, that lion's probably gonna fuck you up.
Shout out to the Indian that was getting jumped by the lions in that cage. If any of y'all saw it on Instagram.
And
You know,
guess
funny thing, last
Did the
week,
Lions
a
pray
comedian
over their
Flame
food?
Monroe said something about
what you say?
the whole. I said last week on Comedy Hype, the comedian Flame Monroe was on there giving an interview stating that the whole concepts of the that gender stuff basically doesn't make any sense at all. That you're basically a man portraying a woman, and
They hate that nigga,
can't
by the
be a
way.
woman. You know, it was a really good interview.
They hate him. They hate him since he went on that Breakfast Club interview and pretty much said you know, I think he's originally from Chicago because Corey Holcomb shouts him out occasionally, and you know sometimes you meet people that you don't necessarily align with, but they're sensible and you can actually have the conversation with them. And I would argue that might be Flame Monroe, and they hate that about him. They hate that he's not on some like gun ho. Yeah, I'm trans. Everything y'all say about us is wrong, and y'all are evil. And like, yeah, he doesn't actually go about having the conversation in that way. And so, you know, I watched a couple of videos of you know trans or LGBTQ people that really they detest that guy. You know, so yeah, they feel like he's mammying for you know some conservative or turfs and all that other stuff.
Because
And
he's
no, he's
old
just
school. He's
yeah,
old
yeah,
school. Because the old
yep,
school trans folks will tell you, don't fuck with straight guys. Because some shit might happen to you. Now they're saying, yeah, I'll fuck with straight guy, no problem. I don't care if
yep,
I ain't got to tell him.
yeah.
But the old school trans folks, I remember there was a case where it was a bunch of guys, and they were in little league baseball, right? And they had a trans person come into their group, and you know they got sucked off, and then when they found out the guy was trans, they killed his ass. And I remember
well,
in that story that they had a trans person from the community come out and say they preach about not doing that because this type of stuff would happen to you. Not trying to trick these straight guys into thinking that you're an actual woman.
Or do you
Now
remember?
it it's to the point where they're telling people, yeah, you could trick them and it don't matter, and that you can shame them because you know they're quote unquote gay, even though they don't want to be called gay. It's fucking weird.
Or do you remember a few years ago, maybe like 6 7 years ago, they were actually arguing that they shouldn't have to tell people that they're
Yeah,
trans.
yeah.
That's crazy. You're making the argument that you will engage in sexual activity with someone. You will flirt with someone, kiss with someone, have them, you know.
Well, hold on.
Anyway,
Well,
but
hold on,
wait,
One
Mrs.
hold
time,
on.
C.
one
Let
and,
me
time, one time,
explain
one time,
this
one
real
time.
quick. Let me explain this real quick. That's a
Wait, I
bullshit
wanted to do that.
One
conversation.
time,
Hold
one
on.
time, y'all. You guys can't
Okay.
talk to each
Hold
other.
on. Finish what you were saying.
Uh,
Okay.
no, I was done. Y'all go ahead. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
I,
I
I'll
was just
explain
gonna,
it. Oh, go ahead, bro. Go
but
ahead.
real, real quick, and then you got it, Leon. You got it. I ain't gonna take it long. I was just gonna say, what do you think them blurring the definitions is for? Why do you think they trying so hard to change from trans to being women? Why you trying to blur it? Why do you think they're trying to basically blur the distinction? There's a reason for that.
Yeah,
There's a
yeah,
reason for that.
and women are actually pushing for it. That's the problem. The women are
Yeah,
trying
it
to
is.
shame men that having sex with these people.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing is it's actually just insulting guys when they pay attention to it. So they don't have to tell me that she's a trans. It's like women are getting a thrill out of it, laughing at you just because you can't
Exactly.
tell.
Yes.
And so when guys answer back to it, you sound stupid. You know what I'm saying? You sound completely stupid, and it's like it's a joke on you type situation. And like I've been to a lot of progressive, like we talked about already. I don't drink and I don't sit down and look at women when I go.
I know
You know what I'm
exactly why.
saying?
Hey,
You know what
what
I'm
y'all,
saying?
what y'all think? It's true. It's not no eyes wide shut parties. That's an exaggeration.
No,
But
they be
but
heavy
about two steps
sexualized.
down from that,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, all the other weirdo stuff, bruh.
yeah. The
Jesus
fuck.
Christ.
And and I'm just saying, like if I've seen guys try to argue dating why are you arguing dating a transgender? The whole idea of dating is to eventually utilize a woman's uterus and all that. That's what I date for. I want to knock a woman up. That's the only thing that I invest money in.
Well,
If I can't
apparently
utilize if I can't utilize the vagina to have a baby come out, I'm not investing in it.
See,
And
I
that's
will
it.
invest in it. I will invest in it to actually.
you're investing in trans trolls. What?
No, I said women.
We all
I
know,
said
Charles.
Here
It's
we
okay,
go.
bud. It's
Here
all
we
right,
go.
man.
I
Here we
said
go.
women, not you. Okay.
Art, what did you say
Not
about Charles being on a troll?
Oh, here
number
we go.
one.
All right, y'all.
We got the guy from Miami
Calm down.
who still got a tape deck in his fucking hoopty, and then two, we got the world's strongest tranny up here, Art of Itmore.
That nigga's in a southern state. Ain't no trannies in North Carolina like that. That's a lie.
Yeah.
But
Can't tell the difference between the men and the women in North Carolina. Anyway,
it's true. I win. It's true.
No. Potato
got
salad arms,
hair.
nigga. Potato salad arms. That's how you can tell. That
They all
little
got.
fat right
They
there.
all got. Yeah, you can't tell because of the facial hair.
North Carolina is the one state where you could tell the women because they're the ones that are the shit out of you.
God dang.
You
I
actually
sent
want
you
the
an invite,
overweight
Charles.
sisters there.
Why you ain't accept?
Because I just seen it, you ugly bastard.
Talking all this shit.
Talking all
And
that
in Baltimore, I know Charles ain't talking about you can't tell the difference between men and women in North Carolina. Bitch, you're in Baltimore.
Yeah, you really ain't got
Number
no
one.
room to talk,
You ain't
bro.
got no
Being in
leg to
Baltimore,
stand
Number
on, nigga.
one,
you really don't.
Baltimore actually have attractive women. Miami has fake women.
Get the
women,
fuck out of here. We got some of the baddest women on the fucking
Yeah,
planet.
that comes from
Hey,
everywhere else.
Mr. Z.
Go
You
ahead.
gotta look at the word Baltimore. First word ball.
Yeah.
Now Baltimore has attractive women, but they're
Yeah,
they're
like North
so
Carolina does not
you know
because they all got facial hair. And they all,
and pork chops.
like it's like them chicks are so damn ugly. It's like they in permanent fucking flannel or some shit.
He said y'all
I
women
was
built like
born
lumberjacks.
I was born VA, and we send the ugly girls down to North and South Carolina. Okay.
All right, before we lose the point, though, what were we
Okay,
talking
yeah, go
about?
ahead, go
Because we
ahead.
going too hard.
No, but no, we're just, I'm not. Look, as someone on the political left, I'm not into regulating these people legally. To be frank, I'm straight up. I'm not about. I don't really care what you do with your genitalia as long as you're not touching the kids. Like serious shit. All right. I'm not against making any laws against you. I'm not about even shaming you in the public square. Right. With that said, though, we have to have a more
Let me get it
honest.
after you.
Okay, we have to have a more honest conversation about the social ramifications of this stuff. We're just like flying air quotes forward, and notice I keep on putting air quotes on progressive, forward advancements in society. Like I'm putting air quotes on that because I don't really know if that's what it is, right? So we're just walking forward and just breaking everything, and then the social ramifications of this stuff. Everybody's just it's just up to you to figure it out in your own personal life, and that's not good enough for a country of 330 some odd million people in a Western civilization of what, a billion people or something like that, close to, that's not good enough, right? And yeah, I'll just pause right there.
Yeah, Charles, put that on the screen so you can see the people.
So I'm a progressive. I'll say this: whatever this modern day progressivism is, I'm not sure. I'm not on board with that. Period. I'm just not. I'm not on board with whatever the fuck this movement of progressivism is, man. I'm an old school progressive in the sense that I have those same values that they value. Many of the same policy points that they had is where I stood generally. You know, back in the late, or excuse me, mid 1900s, somewhere around there. That's where I fall on the progressive scale. Whatever this is today, these people are I don't know what they are. I'm not sure. I don't know what they are. I am unsure.
That's the point.
A lot of the lefties use progressive, but without being progressive, they just say it because it sounds better. It doesn't sound like it's radical. Go back to the right after the '94 election, especially when Newt Gingrich and them took over the Congress. Okay, that's when the resurgence of the Progressive Party actually started. But the thing is, a lot of stuff that I'm hearing from so-called progressives aren't progressive.
Their
They're
idea
they're lefties. They're
today's
lefties. Go ahead.
Today's idea of a lefty is like green energy and shit. You know what I'm saying? On a federal level.
It depends. It depends. Also,
ideology.
intersectionalism, also transism, also this other kind of stuff. The Me Too shit. That's also lefty shit that become part of the federal agenda. You know, look at Kamala Harris talking about this kind of stuff as vice president. You can't say it's just green energy.
Look at the inauguration of Biden. If you notice, all the women had different colors of the rainbow.
Yeah. And
I have a
think,
question, BGS. You see how they have Kamala in Africa? Why?
It's real simple. I mean, you if you've been following, it's real simple. Basically there's a battle for the planet, for the economic viability of the planet. The BRICS are trying to make a move, right? So President Mao, if you go back, let's see if I can find it because Kissinger put it in his book on China, right? Mao said in '76 he was actually going to lead what he called the third world or the global south, right? So China is basically isolating the West as far as finance is concerned. They're building a parallel structure. So if you want to keep the dollar strong and keep the same kind of structure the world's been built on, you're gonna have to go out and actually vie for it. That's why she's in Africa. Africa is where the resources come from, and guess what? Depends on Africa's resources. Not necessarily America, but guess who? They're partners, which is Europe.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that, but she is not a good representative, though. I'm sorry.
She's the vice president of the United States, and that title carries weight.
And I think she be bullshitting, really.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I'm gonna take a step back though and revisit the point that Mr. Z left on about the transgenderism issue. If I can say that on YouTube these days, you never know, with the alphabet mafia running
as long as you
around.
give them their title, okay.
So my view is this. A lot of this is mostly coming off of the back of a lot of different decisions that were made in the late 50s, early 60s. So they ended up facing a lot of issues in that time period in relation to what they were, on. And they did end up facing various forms of almost persecution to a certain degree. So do I think that we should swing back to that point? Probably not. No, that wasn't good because that led us to the current position we're in now. Now, what I would also say is that much of their condition, and I know this is going to be a controversy, but I really won't. It's a somewhat it's a tacit take. Their predilections were mostly, and this is backed up by scientific evidence, were mostly brought about by being touched or essayed at a young age by someone of that same sex, and that's where generally that predilection comes from. Outside of the natural element that we don't quite understand fully. Now, there is some case to be made for it existing because it has always existed. However, when it comes to why they choose to transition and go through that whole process, I think there's more underlying in the psyche of these people, and some of that stemmed from the church, some of that stems from the Boy Scouts, some of that stemmed from a lot of different sections in our society that we did not have a very strong handle on, that were unfortunately preying on young boys. And so now we're facing a lot of the backlash for not addressing those issues adequately.
It's part of the human experience. They're really preying on young boys since the Greeks. Okay.
I agree.
Can I add to that by saying, and you know, me and BGS have spoken about this. I'm happy that PK and Leon are on to speak about this too, which is, I think the left is fighting the culture war because they're too cowardly to actually fight the economic war. They got their asses handed to them over the past 50 years, and now they're too cowardly to actually go back in the ring and fight the capitalists. So the culture war is the easy lick. It's the pun intended, by the way. It's the easy war.
Because the left is taken over by the women. The women, men used to run the left before 1970. Women,
and that's
so the culture war. Culture is what is in the female realm.
In the female realm. So that's why we're not talking about Eugene Debs. That's why we're not talking about the Pinkertons. That's why we're not talking about what Reagan did with the unions, and then Bill Clinton come and put the death knell and NAFTA and all that other stuff. That's the real fight. That's the real fight. All this other sex and who's doing what with genitalia and desirability and all that, that's the easy war.
That's all female, right?
Yeah,
desirability,
that's the easy shit.
Who looks like, what you represent is who have sex with you. That's all female.
Cake. People of color.
Yep, all that shit is cake.
But the kids, though, a lot of the kids are being targeted with this thing. There's a lot of videos.
If parents don't want to stand up and actually protect their kids, you know, because they've been brainwashed the same way, then it is what it is. You're not gonna stop it.
Yeah. No, I don't think they should do any eradicate them or anything like that. I don't condone that. But I think this us with our taxpayer money paying for a lot of these surgeries and things, I think they should do away with that, though.
The thing is, most of us agree with this shit, evidently. That's what I was telling somebody else, the people on the right.
No, people don't know. People don't know that they
yes,
their
they
taxpayer.
do.
Well,
yes, they do. It's in their face. Yes, they do.
When you can take money from the government to give someone a procedure and you can produce that to make income because we're a free market, people do care, and you can't eliminate them because it's a reoccurring thing forever. I watch The Roots 1,000 times every year, right? And one of the first scenes, you see two hyperly gay guys, borderline trans, walking through Africa. They throw out shit like that. Hey, baby. But you can't eliminate them. You can't do nothing. They're gonna be here always. And the thing is, like, due to porn and other things, you can read any article, they'll tell you about the views that they're getting. So it's more, you know how they attack queer theory, and it's a measure of how masculine versus how feminine a woman or man is. And that's where you have to question, like, is it real, is it fake, or is this just how they present themselves?
Well, there's a couple of things we have to go back.
BK, hold on.
Okay, yeah, sorry, history.
So you can look at some people and you say, they identify as transgender. Some may just identify as hyper feminine with feminine whatever, right? And you ask them why, and they'll say, well, males are more attracted to me this way. They'll say shit like that. So, but you're presenting as a woman. Yeah, but guys like this shit. So it can't be eliminated if you still have a space of guys that like the shit, and the numbers say they like the shit, and the porn
says
they
like that shit. Some guys.
That's what I said. I said
but it's enough. Yeah. That's what he's saying. It's not. Yeah, it's not all. But it's enough guys to do this to keep it from being eliminated. Go ahead, PK.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say, I must not have heard you properly, man, because I'm on headphones in a truck. That's why I wanted to cut in earlier. I was gonna try to ask you if this was what you said. Fuck, I forgot though. Now, yeah, I forgot. I'll come back to it, man, if I remember. Sorry for trying to get in when I did it. I wasn't trying to step on your toes or nothing. It was just kind of like to do a quick, synopsis of what you said, and then like try to fill in the history gap, man, because it might be useful.
Yeah, but he'll forget what he's saying if you do that.
Yeah, right. Basically, break it down. If you take a look at, if you put masculinity and femininity on a sliding scale, right? In certain areas, I'm super hyper masculine. Certain areas, I'm masculine. Some areas, I'm like 75%, 50% in the middle. But what you'll find is guys and women, they look at certain things in this aspect of, okay, this is a masculine feature. And the question you have to ask is it natural, or are you forced into this condition? Or if it's natural, you look at Prince, right? If you see a guy that looks like Prince and he's Prince, but you don't know who Prince is and he's walking down the street, you're going to call him a gay word. You know what I'm saying? But then he presents himself and you hear his voice and you see everything about him and it's masculine. And you find out that he has the finest women going to sleep with heels and their makeup, and they have to look perfect 24/7. Other than how he looks, he's masculine. But when it comes to the trans, they can still be men in their mind, but represent themselves
Is that the
as
society?
hyper.
Is that the society that you want, though?
You can't control it.
No, I'm asking you. I didn't ask you that, did I, sir? Is that the society that you want? You can control it because we did control it, didn't we?
Oh yeah, we can be like China. We can be like China. Like
No, we used to control it in America.
No, America.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to realize this,
we
right?
put them at the bottom of the earth, pretty much.
No,
segregated.
they
No.
know how to
I
cover up.
mean,
They know how to cover up.
Oh yeah, I
like
use
people used to do. They do what they do and they lifestyle or whatever.
Yeah, they go
But
to certain places to do it. They
yeah,
wouldn't do it out in the open.
yeah,
Well,
and they're not doing to the kids like all these celebrities, which is so annoying. I know it's an
Yeah,
agenda. They're changing the children. All these
they
celebrities is doing this now, and I don't like that.
I remember.
Shout
I
out
remember.
to Charlie Theron.
They did it in Rome. They did it in Rome 3,000 years ago. So go ahead.
So I remember. So there's a wait, real quick,
Go
Leon.
ahead, TK.
So I remember the thing is that there's usually a release valve for these types of predilections, and that release valve used to be your whorehouses. We don't have those in our society. We outlawed them in almost every Western society. Almost every single last one of them. The only exceptions to that rule is you get your Amsterdams, you get your mostly the East. It's been outlawed everywhere else, and so because of that, not only through through religion but also through the legal system, that was one of your stopgaps for that. Because also you had groups of men who, like, arguably for most of human history, only around 40% of men ever reproduced. There's a reason for that. These men used to have to go to whorehouses in general. So when people bring up the porn argument, man, like that isn't really a good argument to have, man, because throughout most of history, man, we had whorehouses. That's how this worked. That's where most men went to get their needs met. Okay. Not only that, man, when you start to talk about specifically to trans people, man, this is a relatively new phenomenon. These people, otherwise, at any other point in history, would have been called gay. That's what they were. They were gay. Or they were just men, man, because, I mean, you go to Greece, you go to Rome, or you go through, through the Crusades, you know what I mean? Like, they used to fuck other dudes and boys. That's how that went down. But it's usually in those extreme environments that that took place. That wasn't considered to be what you ought to be doing.
And
Yeah.
it got out of hand, and Saint Augustus had to end the practice because they're actually doing what the Koreans said. They're actually castrating young boys and selling them off as wives. That was their version of transgenderism. They would used to castrate little boys. Okay. The thing is, do you want to go
Turn them
back
into
to
eunuchs?
turn them into eunuchs? Yeah, go back to that. Do you really want to go back to that? I'm asking Leon, is that what you want? Because the next step is lowering the age of consent and have the NAMBLA go after your boys. Is that what you want?
Hell no, I got a boy. I don't
And what
want
I'm saying,
that
so
shit.
if you keep down this path, that's what you're gonna get. Is that what you want?
Hell no.
Yeah,
Okay.
because
Well,
Because I know it's
Mambla is
about
trying to.
sex. I know it's about sex and all that when it breaks
Yeah,
down
because
to it.
Mambla is trying to get into the LGBTQ, and
yeah.
they're trying to put their letters in there, so that way it'd be like, oh, this is just a natural phenomenon between older
That shit
people
ain't
and younger
natural.
people.
Yeah.
That
That's
shit
the
ain't
issue that's going on right now. Because even Michael Jackson's daughter said that, and that was swept under the rug. But I remember she said that shit, that a lot of these um pedophiles, I'll just
Are,
say that.
are very wealthy, and that's what they want.
Yeah, and
Well, I
that's
was
what they
asking
want.
Leon. You said you want to normalize this. You want to make it acceptable. Is that what you want? What kind of society do you want?
No, hell no. Hell no. I don't want
Why? Why?
anything. Me and
Why do
my
you think?
woman were talking about this the other day. I
Why
said
do you
it
think? Why do you,
literally.
why do you, why do you think African countries take a hard line with this?
They're more conservative. They've seen where it goes.
Yeah, they've seen where it goes. Okay. So the thing is, everybody knows where it goes. The thing is that what
Yeah.
you want?
Hell no.
They
I
were in
mean, me
Africa
letting they got their
2,500
short
years
leashes.
ago. They were in Africa 2,500 years ago,
Yeah.
being like, you hear what them crazy Romans are up to?
Yeah.
Hey, you
Yeah.
heard what they doing over there?
Yeah. The
Man,
They
they
over
got
Greeks,
it.
the
there
Romans.
I
piping
can't.
boys,
Yeah.
right?
That's the
That's
And,
reason
why
why.
and so
they
when it
remember.
comes to the
The,
upper,
the Hittites, all of that was very common. But the thing
oh
is,
yes,
the thing is, people think because I've been battling this stuff for like 25 years with the LGBTQ, right? And I always said, okay, I said once you get inside the what we call the normal circle, where it's normalized, okay, who you else you gonna let in? Or you gonna
Yeah.
keep some certain people out? Okay, evidently they're not doing a good job as gatekeepers. So now you have all this craziness that's going on, and LGBTQ or whatever it is, man. They're not trying to stop shit.
They staying silent.
They
They're
they
trying
they
to.
they're
Therefore,
They're
trying
trying
to
to
enhance it.
increase it.
So you literally have intersectional women like feminist women screaming at guys because you don't have sex with somebody with a penis. Okay,
Yes. That was
screaming at them.
happening on that one show.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
the white dude
What
when
if
that
it was the what if?
I don't know if she's black or whatever, but that one girl, she
Yeah,
got mad at the guy because he said, like, if I sleep with a transgender, that
it
will
makes
make
me
me
gay.
gay.
Yeah,
And she got mad and walked off. That doesn't
yeah,
make you gay. And I was like, what
yeah.
the fuck is
That's
going
that's,
on with these
that's
people's
they've been
minds?
brainwashed. What do you think is going to happen if you send your children and for 15, 17 years of indoctrination? What do you think is going to come out on the other side?
You're gonna
Guess
have a
what you get on the
fucking
other side?
crack.
You're gonna have them cracked like that. Okay.
You're gonna have a fucking wreck of a human being. I mean,
Yeah,
think
how you
about
get an
this.
FD signifier, right? I would ask FD signifier when we talk about trans and gay. I said, so do you sleep with trans? Have you slept with a trans person personally? Why
You
are you
never
trying to push
know.
it on us?
You never know.
What am I
Well,
saying? Well, I would ask him if you first. If you can tell me who your acquaintances were, who your significant others were that were trans, okay, I can actually vibe with you, okay. But things you can't push that on us, and you haven't done it.
well, their argument now, though, BGS, and not so much FD as much as Kim Foster, which is that whole concept of nuclear family and head of household is a white project, and black men can't participate because you don't have the resources, um, and you're not, the majority of us aren't in that place
Okay.
financially,
Who
and
stopped this?
socially,
Okay. Well, then what?
That's why I stopped listening to her dumbass in 2018. She is
right?
dumb.
So
I love
basically,
Kareem.
so how do you convince women, black
Mhm.
women, to stop asking for a nuclear family? Stop asking for guys to be head of households. How do you stop that,
you
including
Well,
her?
can't, you
Including
yeah.
her.
can't, you can't. It's not possible.
So why are you bugging us
Unfortunately,
about it?
the Western frame is underneath the nuclear family dynamic, bro. You can't actually escape it. It's not a white thing. In fact, it's just a thing. I mean, like you can argue. I mean, this is something that's come up before. Me and you have talked about it, and
Mhm.
had
Hmm.
our grievances on the subject.
Uh
But it's just a thing. You can also there are different types of family arrangements, but at least in the West, the predominant one and the one that functions here, at least function to the best degree, was the nuclear family. And so they're chasing after a dynamic that
huh.
unfortunately was phased out by virtue of their own movement that they adopted, their own position that they adopted.
It hasn't been phased out. It still exists.
But what about the East?
To what degree?
Okay.
Like 80% of your families are nuclear families.
Yeah,
But
I have a
I don't know about
question.
that. I don't know about that.
Isn't the East a
even
nuclear family as well?
Even
Isn't
if
the
it's a
Eastern?
single parent, it's still a nuclear family.
Yeah. You don't have a clan.
You don't have a clan. Yeah.
So let me correct you. We can pull it. I can't actually on my phone. If I was on my PC, I could. So the way that a nuclear family is defined, and you can look this up yourself. You don't have to have me do it for you. You can go online. It's something that is got multiple papers written on it, and there's even a definition for it. Man, women, children, not no single parent. That is something different. Always has been.
No, they
Always will be.
used it already.
No, but a nuclear family means it's not an extended clan based setup. Okay.
I agree with that. That's true.
In other words, it's still a nuclear family.
But here's my argument.
No, I would just say this. Okay, so all right. So if I'll ask this question, if it's for PK, if it's not a nuclear family and it's not a clandestine family, what framework is America working on?
Oh well,
this is I don't know. Go ahead.
No, I have the answer to be for real.
No, I asked PK the question because he's the
bad.
one that brought the argument. That's why I want to try to figure out. Like, well, okay, so what framework are we working on right now? If it's not nuclear family base, and if it's not clandestine base, what family are we working on?
I don't know what the fuck you call this shit, man. I have no clue. I don't know what it's called. Like if you look at the scientific basis for how they describe these things, at least the way that they call these family arrangements, I'm from an anthropological perspective. I don't know what you call this. This is something different. I don't know.
This is basically a gynocracy or gynocratic, female-led, clan-based family has a set of female households that are connected together, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you have single mother households independent of a clan, then it's still a nuclear family. That's how come it's fucked up. It's not ideal. It's not an ideal.
The majority of families, if I remember in lifespan or one of the psychology classes, the majority of people are still raised by their grandparents, even though women don't claim, they're independent. But I think it's 70%, and it used to be that grandparents were watchdogs, then they became hands-on, which is our generation, pretty much. BGS's generation were more hands-on grandparents, and like even he said, he had to take the effort to do it and get the ladies out of the way. And so we're more tribes. We're
Leon,
like
the thing is, in a clan-based household, the grandparents are still part of the household. They're not.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but something that needs to be stressed also is that we're not even talking about this is like more radical feminist tenet now. The idea that men are inherently hegemonic, right? And pathological, and so you have to get rid of the nuclear family first. You got to get rid of the patriarchy, the man-led family first, and then you can have independent women, and then we could work on whatever they're trying to form over there on the side. But they want to get rid of the nuclear family first because they think it leans too much to patriarchal.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing too. Okay. Yes, I do agree with BGS because a lot of the families in the Black community are not even clan based. No, it's a lot of single motherisms. That's why if it was truly clan based, you would see more logical sense being made of those families, such as if I'm gonna get pregnant by a nigga, I'm gonna make sure his family got some, backing. The best way to raise them kids is what? To get the family, not only the father, the grandmother, and the grandfather, the aunts and uncles, and the cousins to help raise this little motherfucker. They don't do that. They want everything singular, and fundamentally, they want the nuclear family. They just want a man to be the figurehead, not the leader.
Yeah, they want to be the head of their own matriarchy, so they get smart with grandma and utilize it when they need her.
But
That's practically what it is.
Well,
well,
that's
the thing is, a matriarchy, gynocracy cannot exist with a nuclear family.
Okay.
You got to
Yeah.
you have to form a clan.
Well,
and
all of
and
this
that's why
is,
BGS
when
said
you get to,
real
One at a
quick,
time,
PK.
now.
That's why BGS said not ideal, because it's not following any real traditional model. It's not following any model that makes
Right.
any sense. It's
That makes any sense.
freestyling. These people are just
It,
freestyling and doing whatever they want to
it,
do,
it, it,
and
it's
then
it's because the Leviathan of the state allows it, because
yeah,
basically what happened is the state stepped in
access your safety. Yeah.
no, but
And
it stepped
safety
in
net.
stepped in place of the father. That's what happened.
Yeah.
That's what happened to the
And
10
so you
years
don't have to
black.
deal with the consequences.
You don't have to deal with the consequences, because you substituted the father in the nuclear family for
Yeah.
the state. So now you
Yeah,
have
that's
Yeah.
state run nuclear families.
the government is your daddy.
Government's your daddy.
And the state does have a role to play, maybe not so much in your nuclear families, but I don't know if there's
Shit,
ever been I was going somewhere,
shit.
because I was going somewhere. I don't know if there's ever been a time in world history where the state, well, when we consider states, right, that it didn't play a role, right?
What are you saying? So repeat that. That makes sense.
Has there ever been a time in world history where the state didn't play a role in family?
the nigga. Stop
It's,
talking.
Yeah.
there's always been, even in tribes, right? The
yeah, even in
tribes, the religion
tribes, I don't
themselves
know.
have always played a role in how you form families, but
That's what I'm
I
saying.
mean, what do you think they did in Rome?
they did not substitute the father for the state. You know,
Yeah, I think
That's
that's
not
what
what
he
I'm
was
saying.
saying.
Yeah,
I
that's not
think
what
what
I'm
he, no,
saying.
no, 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 hold on, Mr. Z, I
Yeah,
got you, bro.
yeah.
I think what he's saying is that ultimately, that at no point in history have we seen a time where the state itself is basically making the sole dictates for how exactly a family structure exists and will survive. Have they always played a role to some degree? Yes. I think that's what he's saying. Is that correct, Mr. Z?
Yeah. I think I worded it way wrong in the beginning, but
so
that
what?
that
In other words, if you, that's how we poked out the pen path to the eye, right? Where the state actually becomes the children become wards of the state. Okay.
mhm.
So the children do not belong to the parents anymore. They give you parental rights. So
Yeah.
what you have is a state-run father, father figure, or mother figure, whatever you want to pick it, because it's neutral. And they grant rights, and they grant privileges, and they grant money. So you can have a bunch of single mothers running around that are not connected to anybody because they're
Mhm.
connected to the state.
Mhm.
But you gotta remember, right? This is the reason why when people get mad, the state's your daddy. When your child acts up, whatever happened to wait till your father gets home, transform into I'm gonna call the police on your ass.
Yeah.
See, when you get to an allowance, guess who's giving you your first job? Not your dad, not anybody your dad knows. It's the summer programs from the state.
Yeah, the park summer program thingies.
Matter of
Well,
fact,
it's uncle, stepdaddy, daddy.
sometimes.
You know?
Uncle State Daddies. Uncle State
Yeah,
Daddies.
yeah.
Speaking of things going out of control, I just got to show this to BGS. Look at the screen. Yeah.
See, for
Kind of
oh,
fuzzy.
Fucking
Oh,
oh,
okay.
bullshit.
21-3.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay.
Remember, how long did he
Mhm.
ask for this?
He asked for them hands. Okay.
He
Call
did
for it.
ask for the hands, so
Hey,
I mean, but I don't think he wanted hands in football. I think we've been looking for you to get these hands on Modern Warfare because you've been ducking.
talking about video games, me and Artisan got to get our next Gran Turismo racing in. Yeah,
Stop sidestepping
okay.
the conversation, Negroes.
Right. Look, we try to help you, Mr. 3-pointer. We try not to focus on the fact that you're getting rolled over right now.
Oh, like Charles
Yeah.
rolled over his girlfriend?
I mean, the fact that Arthur Whitmore rolled over his girlfriend 5 times and the bench was still on her. But anyway,
Y'all are wild.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
mean,
no,
this is how Artivitbull greets his girlfriend. Hey, hey, hey.
but you know,
But yeah, go ahead,
real
Z.
quick,
I'm
you
sorry.
know, yeah, no, it's just I look, I don't. If the project for FD and the rest of them, because now that they're snooping in and they're listening in, is calm down with the rhetoric. We think we know what we're doing over here. Y'all are being too loud. Y'all are being too misogynistic. Um, let me sanitize your message and bring it to the women, which is I think FD think that's what he's doing, right? I think that's what he thinks he's doing is like trying to water down our message, like Olive Garden of Italian food, our message, right? And then present it to the women like, look, they actually have some legitimate concerns, and
Time out.
But go ahead, go ahead.
Time out. That's already what Richard Reeves and what Scott Gallo. That's what they're doing already.
No, I agree. No, I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm saying I think FD thinks that's what he's doing. That's why he's talking about harm distribution. That's what when he came to my channel, that's the vibe I got, which is a person that thinks that we're animated, we're fueled by too much rage, too much anger, which is funny. Like ironically, like how I say these people are fueled by like who didn't want them in high school. They think that's what we're fueled by, right? And then he wants to take some of the nuggets of what he considers good information here, sanitize it, and then present it to black women in particular,
See, but
right? So,
I don't
or
think
black
that's the
feminists,
case with
better
him.
yet.
I don't think that's the case with him, man.
Mm.
I seriously doubt it.
I'm gonna tell you
Because
What you think it is, Art?
I looked at his channel. All
Mhm.
right. And I've seen channel where he doesn't talk about the black manosphere.
Yeah,
And
yep,
what
yep, yep,
I've seen him try is this egalitarian,
yep.
where black men and black women are equal, and it's the same shit the same problem that Marianne Slaughter has
Yeah, yep,
with
yep,
black
yep, yep.
women, is that these women don't want to be providers, and
Yes,
and the
yes,
issue is that in order for feminism in general to advance further than what it has now, the women have to accept the role of provider. Until they do that, feminism is at a standstill. And
I'm gonna tell you.
and the
I'm
what
go ahead, finish.
the problem is that the message that he's pressing is the same message, and this is the same message that a lot of feminism have. How do we get women to accept the role provider? And they don't. They
and
don't.
BGS had him on that, and I'm so mad that Bernard had to. But it's not Bernard's fault, but like he had to kind of give his PSA because he had him on. Like, how do y'all address that? And when he was on my channel and we were speaking about that, where he went with that was like, most of us don't go to college, and most of us don't have the advanced degrees, and especially on the soft sciences. So he made it a education argument. So in other words, it's not natural, and y'all would have to socialize the women to accept this, knowing that for the most part they won't. So you're tacitly admitting that this will be a failed project.
Well, we knew it was a failed project from the get go. We thought
I
that
agree.
over time that things would change. You see, they thought that they could socialize men to be something different and socialize women to be something different.
Yeah, and
They
they're
already
wrong.
knew. They were just flat out wrong.
Hmm.
They knew this from the beginning.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the biggest issue with it. Oh man. Oh shit. Oh god damn. What happened? What happened, Art? What happened?
Don't nobody say shit. A Texans in the house.
What shit? Shit. Shit. Remember, don't let
And Art, goddamn it, did you just lose with the goddamn Cowgirls by that much? Shit. God damn it, boy. That's some bullshit.
What up, AL?
there was some foot in the ass. That's that was,
AL can't say shit. Your fucking governor is Greg Abbott.
I can't say shit. Fuck handicap. He ain't never been shit to me.
Don't call him handicap. Don't
Yeah,
call him.
that's what the fuck we call it down here. Handicap. Fuck him.
matter of fact. Let me see. Y'all do know y'all do know I'm
Charles, let me
posting.
get in my inner lefty bag real quick. You're an ableist, sir. You're an ableist.
Ableist, really?
That's a real thing, by the way. That's a real thing.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'm posting this shit.
I bet you are, motherfucker.
Oh, of course. I
Hey,
wouldn't
I
be.
bet you won't post getting these hands on motherfucking Modern Warfare 2 though. I know you won't.
Like, you need to wash your hands first. But anyway.
Yeah, I know you scared. Look at you. You scared. You scared to get slapped by the dirty man hands. Look at you. Scared
No,
ass.
I was just gonna say if the Baltimore dare, because I'm back online. If you want to get beat down by Texas, I throw in my man.
I mean, everybody wants their ass kicked by the best. I understand. I
No,
understand.
no. Who said anything about getting his ass kicked, son? I'm a state champion in the sport of football. You just a wrestler. X's
Hey,
and O's been my life, my whole.
you know, I got 2K, so
I give his ass some of that too.
Mm-hmm.
But I basically been too busy with snow running lately, gentlemen. I just been enthralled with snow running.
I've been handing
Tonight
out.
on Baltimore versus the South. Go ahead.
I've been handing out ass whoopings like Christmas.
Versus the South, literal.
anyway, sorry
Maryland
I
versus the South.
yeah, sorry I didn't contact you
was
today,
funny.
but be just by doing the second part of that book.
It's okay. We can,
Yeah,
we can start
my
up
job
next week.
called me in for a little bit.
Okay, don't worry about it. We got time.
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, the next 2 days I'll be closing. So,
Okay.
Well, actually 3 days. I gotta close all the
I
way
just
through
got
the weekend.
I just got 3 days off in a row, bro. This is my first 3-day weekend in like goddamn 4 months, bro. I'm happy as fuck.
Wait
Oh,
a minute,
Lord,
y'all. Why are we letting Indiana talk right now?
Who's
Oh,
Indiana?
good point. Good point. Good point.
You
Indiana
sound fucking
Jones.
Midwest. Ain't nothing
Indiana
been popping there since freaking Michael Jackson and them was there.
They left.
Right, exactly.
reminds me of Black Dynamite. He said there ain't wasn't nothing
They
to
left.
do in Indiana except fucking pray that one of your children were talented.
Man, Gary is a goddamn shame, man. Oh my god, I feel sorry for that town, bro.
Didn't they wrap
Man, I
their
ain't from
house
up
in
here, bro.
metal bars
God
and shit?
damn. Man, dude, like that whole place is a fucking just. It looked like a nuke went off in that bitch, bro.
Oh shit!
It is not.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
Gary is
Oh
fuck.
shit! No, not that. What I just did.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see. But yeah, Gary. There are a bunch of towns too. Well, not a bunch. There are a handful of towns like where famous people came from, and they towns went to absolute fucking dog shit.
Well,
Like
I
Gary's
mean,
one of them towns.
Indiana is
Don't
part of the
quote me
Rust
on
Belt,
any of
right?
the rest of them. Yeah, it
Gary,
is. Yeah.
Indiana is part of the Rust Belt. So like, and it's a Midwestern state, right? So like, when the industry left and they don't have tourism, they don't have the tech sector, like what else is there really, if they don't
Well,
have?
I mean, Toledo did glass.
Hmm.
Ohio did glass. Toledo
Hmm.
specifically. Detroit did steel in vehicles. Illinois, they did drugs and guns.
Hysterical.
I'm just being honest. That's what they did, man. We're just gonna keep it real. They also had the entertainment industry for a little while, not long.
Hmm. They had the black entertainment industry for a little hot second.
Yeah.
Half a nanosecond.
But then Indiana, they did have education and
Oh shit.
in tech. They did, yeah, they did. They had in education, tech, and finance.
And the Jacksons.
That's where in the Jacksons,
Can't help
that's
it.
in the sports and whatnot. That's what they had. That's what they had here. But that's all went to shit ever since, like it's in the Rust Belt. So it all went to shit after the industrialization.
So that's the thing that I like. That's what frightens me sometimes when you look at like where people live and like some of the angst that's coming from like some of the Midwest. Um, and I get it, right? Because like it's easy for me to talk like in Miami, right? That's easy, right? But for someone like in BFE, somewhere in the Dakotas, which I know it's not the Midwest, but like or like we said, Indiana, certain parts of Ohio, stuff like that, certain parts of Kentucky, certain I get it, right? So yeah, and I think that adds on to some of the conversation we're having also about the men and women dynamic, right? Like kind of these like busted cities, and then you want men to do what? right?
Well,
And
Well,
that's the problem, and that's
Mhm,
the major problem, Mr. Z.
mhm,
Because women back in the day didn't ask men for much; they just asked you
mhm.
just have a job.
Yeah.
Now these women are asking men to be fucking millionaires,
Yep. Facts.
and it's like, yo, what the fuck? And the guys are like, yo, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I make $60,000 a year. That's good fucking money, but
Yeah.
yet these women are just saying like, no, that's not good enough. And these are women that's working at fucking Walmart.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
well, I mean, not only that, the thing is that because the job sectors were so dried up, a lot of these men were essentially working part time, or if they were working at all, they were doing hustle. They were
Yeah.
hustle working, you
Yep.
know, and that's just the truth of the matter, especially in the Midwest, man. And then, like, many of the men eventually just dropped the fuck out. I mean, there are places all dotted all throughout, hell, even in Detroit, where they have a extreme issue with getting younger men, primarily, even willing to work lower end jobs because of the very fact that they have unsubbed because they have fucking seen what their dads and their uncles went through out here in the workforce, just fucking failing. They'll work for a little while, then they get laid off, or they don't have a job for the next 6 months and shit like that. They're just like, well, fuck. And I live in Indiana. I live in a particularly white community, man. It isn't
Mhm.
entirely white, but the vast majority of the people that live there, it is Indiana after all, are white. You know
I
what I'm
was.
saying?
Mhm.
So, a lot of these dudes, man, these motherfuckers, they work for 6 months of the year, then they're off, bro. They're off. And I mean, it's
And
no wonder why when you look at the tax, who is a net tax contributor and who is a next net tax drain, most of the Midwest are net tax draining states. There's a reason for that, man. A lot of these places, man, you even got white men here that are just unfortunately, they're doing like snowplow work during the fucking wintertime, but then for the rest of the year, man, they're fucking janitors or something. You know what I mean? Or they're
Mhm.
fucking, working in an apartment complex part time, shit like that. They're not actually, making a whole lot of money, man. They're putting in like 30, 40, 50 grand a year at best.
Doing just enough to survive.
Right. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
And they're living their lives entirely single, because they might get some ass every now and again, but they're not having any sort of long lasting relationship. And most of these guys are fucking divorced.
And that's the
God, the
problem that
ex-girlfriend.
America is having.
mm,
Because you don't have families, you don't have men to sacrifice. That is the
well,
issue.
you don't have men invested. You don't have men invested. And you know, when PK was saying they're making 30, 40, 50, I'm like 50, all right. But once we start dipping under 40, now, right now
What?
we
Well,
got
see,
some issues, right? So,
that's the problem. That's the problem,
hmm,
Z.
yeah,
Because my dad was always told me it takes two to make it.
yeah,
There's not a lot of people that make what I make,
hmm,
right? And I don't make nothing extravagant. I make about a little close to 50 right now.
hmm.
I took a pay dip with my new job, but I'm not working as much hours. But there's not a lot of guys that make what I make. There, when I say it takes two to take it, if you take a guy that makes $35,000 a year and you take a woman that makes $35,000 a year, how much money is that?
Literally, you're at the median household income because right now it's like 68, 69. So you're saying 70 grand. You're literally at the median household income in America, 70 grand. Literally. Damn, that
So,
was a really good guess,
but
though, by the way.
here's the mistaken identity of it all, right?
Hmm.
You have a lot of women who look down upon men who make that by themselves. Okay,
Facts.
and when you trying to say that you deserve a guy 6 figures when $85,000 a year, you're in the top 15% of all men on the planet. Okay, this is how you know women don't understand shit, and that's where the folly in this whole situation begins. They never had to. I had to say this to so many females. You never had to learn your men. You never had to learn
Mm.
to respect your men. That's why you can say stupid shit out of your mouth like this. You've never known a
Yeah.
man that much money. Oh, good shit.
Nice
You know,
shit.
That's because ultimately, when you look at the overall numbers, men don't make that. Period. They
No,
yeah,
they
don't.
don't.
yeah, that's a fact. I mean, like I said, obviously, this is dependent also on the city you live in and what, cost of living and whatnot.
I
But
mean,
Unless you
not
live in
really.
New York,
mhm,
there are three. There are only three cities that actually earn that type of income, and that's by virtue of how high y'all prices for everything is. and that's literally just fucking New York, really just New York and California, and that's slowly been turning into Georgia and Florida, but not so much
Yeah,
Florida because y'all got a kind of a weird thing going on.
because
I
I'm
mean, Florida, y'all got a weird thing going on. Y'all got some
the
other shit going
Tri-County
on,
area,
but
the
yeah.
Tri-County area, Dade County,
no,
Broward County, and West Palm Beach. Shit,
but what's the average of a single person earning in that area? Because I could tell you in Raleigh,
no, it's still bad. It's still like 30 something
well,
thousand.
yeah, in Raleigh it's like $38,000 is the average of an individual, not talking
Yeah. We're
household,
around there.
but an individual
Yeah,
is
we're there
earning.
too.
So
We're
if a
somewhere around.
30 if 38,000
Mm-hmm.
is the medium of what one individual can earn to in your city, then guess what? It's gonna take two of y'all. I'm sorry, it is what it is. You living in a major metropolitan area, so it is what it is.
Hey, Charles, I put something in the back chat for you. All right, take a look at it.
But
And if you look
so
at the state, if you look at the state, you're gonna get everything averaged out instead of just looking at your area. But also, you'll find some interesting information. For instance, when you look at Florida, and I've already done it for you at a point in the
mm-hmm,
past, not too long ago. This is pre-COVID, not post-COVID.
mm-hmm.
I believe the median and the median income for individual was like 30,000 or something, and it was
Yeah, it
like
was less than
definitely
40.
poor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It was definitely poor. So I mean, like when you start to look at places like Broward County or say Miami Dade or you know that area, like of course you're gonna get an increase in some of the some of the earnings, right? Because things cost more in that area. But when you start to go outside of that, man, it ain't the same. It's like looking at Georgia and looking at Atlanta and being like, okay, everyone here makes six figures. Like, no, not for the whole fucking place.
And mind you, our home prices on average are like around that 450 ish, four something, 500 ish $1,000, right? Like and if we're earning 40 grand a year, then that's just so and that's why, especially like
What
South Florida natives, oh yeah, we getting the super
that's
squeeze right now.
that's why you don't live in the city. You live in the outskirts. Because
It,
I could tell you, I could actually I can actually get a house right now if I was willing to live 30 to 45 minutes outside of Raleigh.
but here's the thing though that you have to understand, especially for the Tri-County area down here in South Florida. So many people have already done that those areas that's 40 minutes out, their prices are crazy now. You know what I'm saying? But now you
No,
got to
I
be like
know,
an hour and a half out. Like I literally have a
but
best friend that lives almost damn there on the other side of the state. It's just that the job that he does allows him to only have to come to work 3 times a week.
but
You
but
know?
the, but this is the thing: is your pay equivalent living in the city, or not actually living in the city, but working in the city, equivalent to the
Mm,
people living in the countryside?
I mean, you definitely it's still benefit, and I get what you're saying. It's still beneficial to go out like you said about but it wouldn't be 40 minutes. It'd be like an hour and a half out and then come back in, to one of the major cities in the Tri-County area. That's still beneficial, but it's not, the gap isn't as big as, let's say, a decade ago, 15 years ago.
I'm not.
And
I'm
that
not. I'm talking about that because
hmm
I'm like I said, I can actually get a house if I want to, but I would have to
hmm
live like 45 minutes outside of
yeah,
Raleigh.
yeah.
That and I can't live. I can't get by a house in Raleigh. Raleigh right now is expensive as shit.
hmm
It's expensive as shit. It's like you talking about at
Hey,
least
hey, Art,
300,000 to get a house.
Art,
Three hundred
Yeah.
thousand.
I got a suggestion for you to get around it. This is what you do. Towards the end of the month, you go down to the local county assessor's tax office, and you look at all the foreclosed homes on the listings, right? And you look at them at their original price value. You be like, I can't afford that. Then you turn around and look at them what they selling them for, as far as being auctioned off. And that's how you can get in one of those houses around Raleigh. Super cheap and less than that, you'll end up coming out the primary owner of the property versus having to
I'll be honest with you,
mortgage yourself
AL.
out.
I'll be honest
Just
with you,
look
AL.
into it, bro. Look into it. Just check it out.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Like Raleigh is a special fucking beast right now because you got so many companies coming down into Raleigh right now because it's been one of those places that when the economy hits, Raleigh was not affected back in 2008, and it became on that list. And then ever since it got on that list, damn, that was a good ass fucking interception. Shit. When they got on that fucking list, it just exploded. Like, you talking about the average rent price in Raleigh right now. Like a year ago, it was $900. Now it's $1,200, and it's only going up from here.
And
So
that's what
that's
for a
what's so
2-2.
dangerous.
That would be
That's
for a
what's so
2-2 art.
That's what?
Is that for a 2-2? You said
No,
rent
that's
price
for
2
one
bedroom, 2
bedroom.
bath.
Okay,
One bedroom,
yeah.
one bath.
Okay,
One
okay,
bedroom, one bath.
okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
here's what's so dangerous about the current housing market and really the housing market since the 2008 fucking crash, man. You got unfortunately you got a confluence of factors that are going on where essentially you got real estate investors and investment firms that are essentially banking on housing, and that's even been happening post the 2008 recession and everything that happened with the housing market back then. If anyone's aware of that, we've just been playing a continuation of that same exact game, except for in a different new way. And now we're getting people, unfortunately, of a particular class that are moving across the country. Let's say you're from New York or you're from California and you're a business owner, multi-million dollar, investor or something of that nature, either as an individual or with a firm or with a company like BlackRock. You know what I'm saying? You buy up a bunch of property and you rent the shit out. And so you got a bunch of houses that are essentially empty, but they're owned. So when they talk about there's a lack of housing, there really never has been. Not really. It's by virtue of people owning it and renting it, and that was a part of the issue why there was such a big stink over what was going on with things like Airbnb and why certain states don't allow it, or certain counties in certain states don't allow Airbnb because it would essentially lock up housing that was otherwise available, and it's essentially it causes issues with your local markets. And so
The
we've
landlords will make
got
money.
this issue that's taking place, huh?
No, the landlords will make money, but the housing market's not growing.
Correct. And so that's where we've actually been. We've been in a false economy, a false housing market economy for quite some time now. Quite some time now. And so people are actually just starting to wake up now. Many of the economists that should have sounded the alarm on this a long time ago, but they're only getting around to it now because shit's popping off. But anyway, nonetheless, you got an issue, and I mean, like I said, man, I don't know what's going on in particular in your part of the United States, but I would say this overall because it's not unique to just where you're at. Is that depending on what exactly they're doing with the housing market where you're at, if you see large investment companies and big names on the side of those houses, man, you might want to be wary of that. You know what I'm saying? You might want to be extremely wary of that. You might want to look into, who those sellers are, because if they're not independent people, you might, and even if they are, you might still be getting screwed depending on how much of a market share your local BlackRock is, has over your housing economy, essentially. Because the banks are propping this shit up. That's what's going on in actuality. The banks got a lot of money. The money they gotta account for on the balance sheets, and one of the ways they do that is through housing. Oh, Mr. Z fell off. I thought I thought we were talking housing, man. How you gonna leave, my lefty brother?
No,
You gonna leave it like that?
he
But
left
yeah,
you
so
by
you,
yourself.
yeah, I know, man. Now I gotta fucking carry the conversation to housing. Goddamn. But yeah, shit's fucked. Bottom line, if you're trying to buy a house in this market, you're fucking crazy. Or you're a millionaire, A or B. And I don't mean just like you got $1 million. I mean like you know what the fuck you're doing. Because if you're just a random millionaire buying a house right now, it better be a small one.
Unless you, your roommate or slash significant other learn how to sacrifice extremely well.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend even married people unless you're making over fucking unless you're really making around $200,000 a year, as an individual. And as a married couple, I don't know, around 250 a year, I wouldn't be recommending people getting into their first house right now unless it's literally, a starter house. You're not paying out the nose, but you're paying out the nose for everything right now. Let's just be clear. But yeah, you don't want to be getting into this market right now. You still want to wait a little bit longer until hopefully, if we ever do get a correction, it'll be sometime soon. If we don't, then you might want to pray. You might want to pray, because if you don't actually take advantage of it, even if you get in right now, and there's never an opportunity to get in, you don't currently own property, you may very well find yourself never owning property ever again in the United States. Probably not.
All right. As long as I go to a plot of land where they can bury me, I'll be all right.
So yeah, that's a very real possibility. That is a very real possibility, and people don't actually talk about that to the extreme that I am. But yeah, that could be an outcome, depending on how this plays out. So unless you want to live with like 6 roommates or significant other, and even then you can buy a house that way, but y'all gonna struggle. You better hope property value remains somewhat consistent. You better hope. And you better have some money stashed away before you get in that shit, because if you don't, man, you're gonna be in serious trouble. Especially right now, I'm sure a lot of people are regretting the decisions that they made, throughout the pandemic and a little bit after the pandemic around 2021. We're getting into getting into houses when everyone was going crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
they made the biggest mistakes of their lives.
If you look at the at least in my area, if you look at the trends, before the pandemic was the best time to get into housing. After the pandemic, that's when everything just started going crazy.
So what before, as in 2019, 18, 17? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean by before?
Because, like I said, right now, in order for you to get a house in Raleigh at this point, you're gonna have to spend at least about $270,000 to $300,000. When I back in 2017, 18, you could probably get a house for like $250,000. Easily $250,000. But after the pandemic, it's $300,000 now.
Well, that's still pretty fucking high. I ain't gonna lie. Like, it depends on how much square footage.
Yeah, but it's better than 300. It's better than 300.
Oh yeah, it is. I can agree to that. Yeah, sure. But I mean, I hope no one's actually expecting to be able to build wealth, at least not in the same way, from just owning their homes like you used to be able to, because that game, that racket, will be gone pretty soon here, especially when we start to talk about inflation.
Well,
a lot of people are going to end up in a.
No, go ahead, PK.
Go ahead. I'm listening to you guys.
No, I was just saying, like, if you're just trying to buy a house so that way your family can have more space and all that other shit, that's cool. But if you're just trying to buy a house to flip it and make money, honestly, you should have bought a house like 10 years ago and just kept it, and now you're gonna sell it. And you're selling to somebody from up north that's actually got a whole bunch of money because their housing market's fucking crazy and they want to move down south. Cause that's what one of the old guys at my old job they did. They bought a house because their housing market up north was crazy. They came down here to work. They sold that house. They made a lot of fucking money, and they bought that house pretty much half off. And it was fucking.
Oh yeah, everyone.
So
everyone across the United States, as long as you weren't buying your home inside of an extremely high area, if you were in the housing game 8 years or 6 years ago, you were winning. It didn't matter. Like, you were just you were just winning. There was no way to lose that game. It just wasn't possible. That's why you had so many people, so many advisors and wealth people on the internet talking about how easy it is to get rich and buy houses and flip houses. I don't know if you were seeing all those commercials.
Yeah,
That's why
of course.
I'm saying that.
Yeah, my brother
It
did
wasn't
that shit.
exactly a scam. It was a scam for a
Wrong,
different
wrong,
reason. But
wrong.
what I'm saying though is that if you own those houses and you got the equity in it, man, you if you knew what you were doing, you could just win. There was no way to lose if you had half a brain. There really wasn't any way to lose because essentially the entire market was being propped up and you were being fed free fucking money. You
Yeah.
can't lose that game. It's how do you lose the unlosable game? It's not possible. You know what I mean? It's like, God, I'm envious because I'm envious of those people, man. They came out really good, and they're gonna come out really good. But I think ultimately, as long as they're not left holding the bag at the end of the day, that's all that matters. If they got out and they made a profit, which most people probably did because they saw their house prices go up. In some cases, fucking double. I mean, like, you can't really lose with that. You take that money and you can go buy another property and then fucking flip you. Oh my God, the amount of shit that you can do with that is just insane. And so, yeah, people are just winning out here. It's unfair, really, because it placed most black people in a situation. Not all, because there are a lot of black people who do own houses, but it's only about half, and a quarter of that is women. So keep that in mind. Or excuse me, I think it's more than a quarter. It might even be higher. I believe that women actually outnumber men when it comes to home ownership.
Yeah, but
At least black women.
women are actually spending more money, so their total income as far as the household is going to be shit.
Yeah, so I think
Like I said,
there are a couple of reasons for that. But,
yeah, because I knew a woman that owned a house and all that shit, but I had a better quality of life than she had, just because I was able to own more shit. I was able to buy more shit. Her money was strapped because most of these women that have houses, they have kids. So they gotta maintain a house and maintain their kids.
So they
Without
broke,
a man, they're
and
broke.
they chose, and they remember they chose this life of independence.
Yeah.
So they can have it.
That's
Lock, stock, and barrel.
Yeah, she was
but hey,
broke as
my
shit.
headphones are gonna die, so you probably might not be able to hear me. I'm just gonna try to listen for a little while with my headset recharges.
all
I'm gonna
right.
slide out if you can hear me.
Well,
All right.
everybody dropped off. Shit.
Yep.
All right, later.
All right.
All right, later.
I mean, people, it's all fun and dandy to own a house till you got to fucking take care of maintenance.
Yeah, cause my brother had to change his pipes like 1 year after they built it. He had to change his fucking pipes because they busted in his
Mm-hmm.
downstairs bathroom,
Not to
and it, and
mention,
it and it just and that was like 2 months after the warranty wearing off, and he had to pay for all that shit.
How
That's
much?
the
and
other
not,
thing about it. That's the other thing about a house. You got to make sure you can maintain it.
and not to mention, 3/4 of them are upside down because they don't understand property tax, and you got to pay property tax every fucking year you own a home.
Hmm.
If you're
That's what I'm
smart,
trying. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to win a lotto before I buy a house.
that's why if you're smart, get that shit out your damn mortgage. Shit. Pay a little bit extra on your mortgage if you're smart. But
Yeah,
then
if you can.
I don't see why these women want to get a house and can't afford it.
They
But
can afford it if they cut back on their hair, nails, and fake ass
they
war paint.
they can
Shit, if
afford it if they got a man.
bro, if you poll 3/4 of these black women on how much they spend a month in hair and nail care supplies, my G, dude, you be astonished.
Oh, I know. That's why they always telling guys you need to pay for my hair and nails because they don't want to pay for it because
No,
they know it's expensive.
nope. You made the decision. Go get it.
And I'll be honest with you, all that hair and nail shit, that's not attractive to me. That shit is
Look,
not attractive
They
at
real
never
all.
talk,
they
real,
never afford to
real,
attract you.
real talk, fellas. I think it make them look hideous, and I mean, I just turn my nose up and keep moving when I see this shit. Real shit.
It do.
You know, they never wore that shit to attract you.
Oh, I already know. Cause they do it not for me. They do it for the other beach bitches in the vicinity, which is crazy. But hey, it is what it is.
It is what the fuck it is. Well, no, you don't. Shit. They love that lifestyle, boy. They love that lifestyle. They love that poverty pimping.
That should have pump fake that to their receiver and look back towards the tight end. That would have freed it and got you open. But you playing with them cowgirls.
This guy, I know. I feel, I feel bad. Cause they going through a reconstruction phase right now. I already know. I can already tell. Cause they got rid of the damn running back. They probably gonna get rid of Dak next year. They're just trying. They're trying to. Cause there was no reason why they should have won the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
Bro, Dallas is a perpetual loser. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. And fuck all they fans, sorry, art, but I'm just gonna keep it a buck. I'm
Nah, you
born and
right.
raised.
I've
Hold on.
heard it all my life. So
I'm born and raised here, man. I'm gonna tell you, these motherfuckers every year think this shit is guaranteed for them after the first preseason game. We going to the Super Bowl. If you don't shut the fuck up and stay humble, that's why I put a curse on them hoes a long time ago. He ain't gonna never be no more good till you get motherfucking Jimmy Johnson back, and he don't want to come back. So you fuck.
yeah, they screwed over Jimmy. Jimmy could have had a couple more years with them, and he just screwed over Jimmy. That's why everybody left. And Troy Aikman got hurt. He just said, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna be a commentator." He's made more money. Uh, Emmitt Smith left. He went to Arizona. Yeah,
I mean, you get banged up, you get banged up.
but yeah, there were a couple years they should have won. It's just that it was their coaches. For me, their coaches suck. They've had good teams. It's just their coach. If you look
Uh,
on paper,
as long as y'all
they should have won at least about 2 or 3 Super Bowls since
no,
2010.
no, as long as you had Tony Homosexual as your fucking quarterback, you were gonna be perpetual losers. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I respect Bill Parcells as a coach, but fuck Big Tony. That was the worst decision he ever made. Thinking I'm old, you just. Tony Homosexual was a journeyman fucking quarterback. If you look at the fucking college he went to, it would no other fucking team go put no money or bank on that motherfucker. Only Dallas, and Dallas only did because they was in a fucking pinch. He won a couple games and said, "Oh, look, let's see if we can roll." Because they constantly looking for the next choice fucking eight. And when they had good quarterbacks, you ain't put nothing into them. And you strip them from their good receiver core. Ain't no way in hell you supposed to be getting rid of these good ass fucking receivers you had the last 3 or 4 years
Yeah,
because of
we had good receivers. I'll give you that. We had good receivers.
from Cooper all the way to Owens, man.
Bryant was a good receiver too.
Yeah,
We got rid of
yeah,
his ass. I was like, why?
yeah. Yeah, so fuck him. And then on top of that, okay, look, I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna keep it a book. Ezekiel's rookie year, yeah, he acted a fool, but then after that, what you start doing? You quit feeding him, and then when you would feed him, you would feed him without a fullback behind him. In fucking, oh, that's gone. That's yard. He took that yard on your ass. He's out of
Yeah,
there.
that's gone. That's
He could
that's a wrap,
go
baby. That's a wrap,
all
baby.
the way. He did that. Yeah, man. I mean, your running game went null and void, and then when you would try to run them, it would be in third long and third season off a draw. But you relegated his run game to draw, and that man, don't get me wrong, he played in this old weird ass new family type ass offense going back to college, but still, you can tell when you see him run, he need a fucking fullback behind him, and he need
Yeah.
a good line. And if you run on right
All
now,
halfbacks need a good fullback, man.
yeah, but look, if you were running Ezekiel on run downs, it was proven he got you more than 3.5 yards a pop. You would try to run him on draws and weak ass screens and flares and bail out and shit. And then when he barely get 2 or 3 yards, you'd be like, why is he not producing? Motherfucker, you not the coach, the play caller is not even putting him in a position to make good runs, and then turn around and you give Tony Pollard all his real running type plays with a lead blocking back or a run formation packages, and he's getting good yardage. You'll see Tony see all that Dallas does that to get out of not wanting to pay motherfuckers. When they know it's time to pay them, we gonna ruin your career. We gonna ruin your career and make you not worth being trade bait too. Hey, that's been their MO. So fuck Dallas and feed them kids. And by the way, Charles, I'm really highly fucking upset with your fucking management and ownership staff up there in Baltimore. When y'all trying to fuck off a good quarterback, just fucking pay that dude.
I don't know what the fuck they trying to do.
I think it's because he got injured that one year.
And then
they're trying to justify it.
Then you got so-called Ravens fans. When don't you pay a fucking unanimous MVP?
Hello. And then no, I heard one of the the talking heads the other day say this. If it's Aaron Rodgers or one of these, the quarterback of Cincinnati, if his contract was up, you wouldn't be getting half this hacklement out of white boy quarterbacks who can't even run under a 4.6. I'm like, it's crazy. And then it's not like the boy can't throw. We know he can throw. He proved he can throw. Yeah, Baltimore has not even tried to go out and find any form of quality receiver for him.
You had Roman who wanted to throw the ball all the goddamn time, so we could never attract a true number one receiver. All the receivers hated his guts. Okay.
So got rid of his ass. Because I mean, that boy, he's a good damn quarterback, and I'm not even gonna lie. And y'all gonna be sick if y'all lose. Cause trust me, if we don't go after who we trying to go after in Houston to get another quarterback, shit, we got a little bit of disposable fucking income. We'll show pick his ass up.
So I mean, they fuck around and lose him. He's a once in a generation talent.
Yeah, I agree.
When all he's relegated to throwing to is a 3 tight end package all the damn time, and you got him in all these super exotic ass college type run plays that's geared up in triple option form to feature either his foot, his leg work, or him throwing to these tight ends. I mean, don't get me wrong, y'all got a hell of a tight end core who's actually been catching their ass off for him. So goddamn it, when the defense knows coming into the game week in and week out, y'all ain't got no bookie receivers to stretch the field. That shit makes it hard on the offense.
Even Ray Lewis said the reason why he ran is because he got to be Superman. Like, y'all don't put weapons behind the boy. Get his ass. Y'all don't put weapons on him. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Put weapons behind him, and that's pretty much what it goes. It's like you got to track. You can't just be run all the time. It's good when you can control the clock in the second half, but you need to get the points out first. Thank you.
Grab that.
I mean,
I lost this game anyway. If I would have scored us down 2 points, so in less than 2 minutes.
Y'all better not fuck around and let the Steelers sniff up on them, Charles. Because if Steelers pick them up, y'all can cancel Christmas in that division. Y'all can cancel Christmas.
Hey, Tomlin will do it, boy. Tomlin will do it.
Mark Andrews, god damn, how many catches he got in this game?
Probably over a dozen. Cause shit, that's your only primary fucking weapon. You ain't got no booking receivers at there. And I'm surprised. Or ain't even fucking. I'll be rolling up on your coverage all day long, and I'm gonna lock in with a good linebacker, and I'm gonna stay on the primary tight end, and you gonna have to work them other 2 tight ends, cause you ain't got no receiver core on that squad. I got a homeboy who play with this team every fucking day, and I know how to shut them hoes down when I feel like it. You take away that fucking tight end and leave them relegated to that run game and start pinching down on that run game, shit, that game will slow down for them real quick. He'll have to start running that ball. And that's a damn shame because y'all a real shit, Charles. Y'all got a good fucking squad as far as the nucleus of squad in Baltimore. Y'all do. But y'all just got to get some fucking receivers. Either get some receivers or get rid of Harbaugh. One of the two. Because Harbaugh is stuck on stupid with that offense.
That's the reason why they got rid of Greg Roman.
Who they replace him with?
And they replaced him with a college guy who does more dynamic plays and throwing.
Okay, that's equation one. What you gonna do about equation two? Yeah, this is free agency month right now. Y'all supposed to be courting the shit out some receivers. I ain't heard shit around the while y'all looking for no receivers. So that lets me know y'all don't care about the receivers and y'all really ain't trying to get your quarterback back. Didn't y'all put a franchise tag on him this year anyway? Going coming in this next coming year?
Yeah.
About Lamar Jackson?
Yeah. He's
Then why
saying
they not trying to pay him then?
because see that's the thing. See, they could put a franchise tag on a player, but if a player chooses not to accept it and talking about, well, I refuse to play if you put this on me, that's where the backfire and the conundrum could fall on the team. And that's what he's doing now. Or he's saying, all right, you putting this franchise tag on me and not allowing the bid war to go on for me or paying me like I weigh, because he's supposed to be getting paid between the 135 to 185 market bracket for quarterbacks. You see what they fucking gave Deshaun Watson the year before last. And then that's what he's basing this shit on. I had way better get Deshaun Watson, and then Deshaun Watson that went through scandal. I ain't went through no scandal. And like Charles just said, I'm a former fucking MVP of the league. I've been on the cover of Mad. Motherfucker, if you give me some weapons, everybody knows what I do. There will be no question about Patrick Mahomes boy. It'll just be me. Because Patrick ain't got no foot. He ain't got no footwork like Lamar got. And Lamar got a cannon, a fucking cannon, and he can spin that rock like Deion Sanders said. You gotta have somebody spin that rock. He can spin that rock. He showed you that in college. So all this is falling dead on Baltimore right now, and they're fumbling the fucking ball. They're fumbling the ball. And okay, all right, riddle me this, Charles. Who the fuck is y'all backup quarterback?
Snoop.
Who?
They nicknamed him Snoop.
Like I said, who?
Exactly.
Thank you. Who? Shit, no. He ain't gonna be another Geno Smith story if you don't pull this shit off.
Hey, Geno Smith made a comeback for the history books, boy.
Oh yeah. He did.
He was popular at one point. Everybody forgot about his ass. Now he's a popular again. I was like, damn it, boy. This motherfucker right here.
Yeah, but really, he needs to be sending thank you cards to Russell Wilson every fucking day. Thank you for leaving. Thank you for leaving. Thank you for leaving. Because really, think about it. If it wasn't for Pete Carroll, would nobody go put their hands on Geno no more? They wouldn't go put their hands on Geno no more. And real talk, another quarterback who coaching staff need to really go and say, get your ass in here, drop 15 pounds, get in shape, and come on and do what you need to do is Cam Newton. Cam Newton is not fucking washed up. He is not. He just needs a good system, a good quarterback coach, a good head coach, somebody who will ride down, believe in him and with him, and get him out of them. He was in one of them same type of Baltimore gimmick book ass offense with that goddamn Ron Rivera shit. You overdid it. It was fine in the beginning. It was catching people off guard, but goddamn it, you can't. This is the NFL. NFL hash marks are not like college hash marks. You gonna have to play big boy fucking football at some fucking point. And guess what? Guess what else they got to deal with in the NFL? Winter. And when winter comes, everybody knows you got to have a steady ground game, a ground control game offense with a pass control offense. Not all this.
See, this is the problem with Cam. Like his talent may not be good, not be done with the game, but is he done with the game? Because he could be done. He's just like, I don't want to play no more. I
Well,
can
yeah,
actually make money and just chill and
well,
don't be in the spotlight.
he's actually showing signs that he wants to come back, but then, like I said, I hear you and I agree with you. He has to be in the right headspace. He has to come back wanting to play football
Yeah.
and just the ball out to play football. But if he like it, I said in the beginning, once he started doing those damn commercials and all them commercials, he was losing himself. I said, you're not worried about football no more. You worried about the doorstep. And that's the last thing a black quarterback needs. Same thing going on with Dak Prescott.
That and what you call Russell Wilson. Worry about something else besides football.
All right, fellas, about to shut this thing down.
All right.
All right, that's what's up. I'm Charles. I'm gonna send you a friend question. You send me one either. Or matter of fact, you can look on the back check too, or and grab my PlayStation handle too, and go on and friend me
This
too.
conversation tonight,
All right.
everybody. Woo!
Woo!
And we out.